discussed. And when it comes to loving me. Morning, guys. Good morning, everybody. How everybody doing? John Reed, what's up? Good morning. How you doing? Good morning, everybody. Happy today, what, Thursday, right? Look, I'm not nice on the phone screen now. Nobody tell me I'm full of myself. Because if me not full of myself, who are going full of me? Who are going full of myself for me? Nobody. Okay? So I have to full of myself for myself. Okay? Good morning, guys. Happy Thursday to y'all. Leroy. Good morning, Leroy. Leroy, what's up? How you doing? Happy Thursday. Happy Thursday. You never missed me yesterday? Yeah? You didn't miss me yesterday? Whatever, man. Cherise, good morning. Morning, Raymond. You didn't miss me yesterday? Well, yesterday me never come. Yesterday me never come. Meaning I didn't come on live. But anywho, yeah, this Thursday morning I am here. So while I'm here, I better make the best of me, because you never know. One morning I go to wake up and I look for me and come and I say, damn, I will Trev them. I see Trevor come live this morning. Boop. Tanya, good morning. I wouldn't call it some slow walking, slow flowers carrying, whatever they call it. Whatsoever they call it. Yeah, so while I am here, make the best of me. Alright? So good morning, beautiful people. Me upon some people for coming and chatting them. So I'm not to start with the Bible until then come. But may I eat a little rice, a little yellow rice I cooked from yesterday. A little tin boom. Remember Jamaican people them there. You know tin boom? Yeah. I made a little tin boom yesterday with a little yellow rice here. I don't know so it go serve me. I didn't go on live when I make it, because my grandbabies were here and them parents, and like when I show them off online, so I have to do according. I have to act according. Okay? And you mustn't leave me alone. So I just say, alright, I'm not about to go live. Okay? But anyway, this morning, we are going to do the book of Nahum. We're going to read the book of Nahum and see what him have to say. Remember last week we did read Jonah? Where Jonah and God have one piece of falling out. Remember? Jonah and God have one piece of falling out. Because God take Jonah from what he was doing and tell him sending him to Nineveh to go warn the people there. And how he going to. Mark, good morning. How you doing? And he's going to punish the people them for being so wicked as they were. Sutton, good morning, Sutton. What you doing? What's up? I'm here, my love. How are you doing? Yeah, I'm here. I'm eating and I'm talking. It's okay. God's child, what's up? Yeah. And then Noah was really upset because Jonah was very upset because God took him from what he was doing. Make him sleep in one shark belly for 3 days. Still went on to Nineveh. And told the people what he said God had told him. And then the next thing you know, the king made a decree to say the people just needed to go down in sackcloth and ashes. I ain't seen you in a minute. What's up? Denzel, you know I've been waiting for you. What woman ever wait for you yet? What? Something time I must keep doing what I'm doing and my youth and not let nobody bully me. I thank you so much for that encouragement, my love. Because I keep telling them not try to bully me, you know. Because I'm a different creature than I was 20 years ago. Because once upon a time, I used to do everything to be loved and liked and, yeah, go out of my way and all these things. And I don't do those things anymore, you know. So I'm not afraid to tell people about them behind and go about my business, right? Yeah. So them say, oh, I've never heard you curse. Well, no, you will. Right, that's Oi, Ruben. Morning, Ruben. How you doing? How you doing? How you doing, my love? Michael Owen, good morning. Welcome. Yes, Mark, we are grateful for another day. Leaf of Life is in the place. Good morning, Leaf of Life. How you doing? Bless up yourself. From morning, me I wait for Denzel, you know. From morning, me I wait for Mr. Denzel. You know, once upon a one day. Watch I tell you one story now, you know. Denzel. You know what's right for tell me. I pause next story to tell him. Denzel, oh, not say nothing. Oh, thank you, my love. What's up? O'Neill. I'm not hear Denzel voice. I cross to me to see. Absolute, that's a look a while. I see absolute face, that's a look a while. You're gone, Ruben. Oh, all right. you're going to look for the quail bird them for your mother Leah. All right. Now make your Auntie Rachel tea for bird them from you. But anyway, our Marcus say, Miss Alga praying gift to you all. What that mean? Triplet, what's up? Me say hello to Denzel. I'm gonna see where in turn. In disappear. As soon as woman say hello to him, in disappear. As soon as me say hello to him. Vulture! All of the man sitting around because the vulture there and vulture talk to me and me not hear. Can I see something I like up.
Hello.
Oh, now me a hear, you know.
Good morning, beautiful.
Morning, love bug. What's up?
I'm here, wrapped up.
Yup.
Good morning, darling.
Morning, my love. How you doing?
How are you, sweetie?
I am wonderful. You didn't miss me yesterday. Nobody text me and said, Trev, where you there?
Oh, Jesus. No more than me say, but I'm busy.
But you're busy too?
Yes.
Ah, boy. Yeah, so me disappear sometime to see who are going to look for me, you know.
No, man, you're not a worry, man. You're always on my mind, man, so no worry.
Yeah, you hear that, Ruben? All right. Take it from there, Vulture. I'm always on his mind.
Let me take time. No, I burst nobody else's drums. I want you to
Behave yourself.
No, man, cut that tune for me, man. Come, you're in a fall.
Mark, Gabrielle, what's up? How you doing, sugar? Good to see ya. Welcome. Vulture, what's going on?
This morning, Trev.
Girl, me just come home from work. You see, me just come from the people that work. You can't give me a break, sis. Me just come from the people that work. And me just sit down there, so a little rice and peas and me cook yesterday. See there? See, me just put here. See there, little dish I put in. A little rice and peas and a little tin boom.
And you want nice, you see?
Me say nice.
Girl,
and me that piece of pear in it, but me the piece of pear already. So, this is breakfast. I mean, you know why me I eat this so heavy and me I go sleep or go back to work. You never get it like this?
Yeah. Trev, at 12 hours you do?
And watch.
Okay.
And watch how me I go put on back the weight. You see how me show off for the answer me take off the weight? And watch how me I go put
Be careful. You know, see your cheek, them I get fat.
Oh God, Denzel. Me a tap it.
Look here, me no mind, you know, cause me can't have them to play with.
Me dear.
Cheeky.
What do you hear this?
Anyway, Trev, I'm not gonna stay long. I just wanted to talk.
I'm not gonna stay long, you know.
I know, but me can't stay long this morning. Me have to go up on the road. What you recommend? You know, the Perry, give me a big problem. You know, I want to sleep.
But I don't want to take
it. Yes, but I don't want me. The doctor give me one prescription. I don't want to take them. I like them type of medicine, you know. And I don't know, no matter how I try, some night I sleep, some
Some
night
night
I
you don't
up like
sleep.
owl. Yeah, I don't know what you recommend.
Me
I
no
see
know.
that
You see like
ask,
how me go. You see like how me work at night. Lion, what's
Uh,
up? You see like how me work at night. When
The problem is that do that is rest,
yeah, when me off, me still
especially
up and down to the house like a
mentally.
ghost.
Mentally. Need mental
Yeah.
rest.
no,
Lion
but
Spice,
this is the
what's
thing.
up?
I do. My body is rested on my mind. I just need to sleep.
Where's when
And
I
as
call
I
out
said,
your
I
name
don't
from?
want to take any sleep inhibitors. You know me. You remember me.
Yeah,
I
me
don't want
not.
to
Yeah,
take.
me not. Me
Yeah,
not.
man.
Me not take nothing, you know.
I don't want to take.
You want to sleep naturally.
I'm a nut,
And rest.
Yeah,
yeah.
but me try the sleeping tea. Sometime it work. Me try the magnesium. Sometime it work. Question: if you think me take a combination of the sleeping tea and the magnesium,
I was
you
sleeping
don't
to
think
your
it will
take.
do me nothing. The yellow flowers one. Me can't go pronounce that right now.
Oh, the chamomile.
Yes, the
Okay.
camellia.
Okay.
That good, you know.
Yeah, that
So,
good to put it to sleep.
So what
Make
may I
her
say? You
sleep.
think me couldn't take hit with along with the magnesium? Me not supposed to do nothing. Me just ask
Me no
because me
know,
just one of them
me no know.
herbalists first.
Let me tell you all something. Uno people might say, oh, Trevor nurse and Trev not really push out no nursing content. You know why? You know why?
Yeah, man.
Me can't tell you no say I go take this a pill and that the pill and go take
No, I
birth
didn't
control
ask.
and go.
But take it not, Trev.
Well I know sis, well I know. You know say from I born I never take a birth control pill. From every picnic where you see me have, I want me meant to have. I never take a birth control pill yet. Okay? And you see me in a menopause and people say, oh, go get some hormone, go take this. I ain't never take nothing. Me drink me bush. If it work, it work. If it don't work, me sweat out my soul. If I sweat, me gonna beard a little more. I just go through this process naturally. No enhancers.
That is the best way.
Yeah.
That is the best way.
Yeah,
No,
no
that is why I was
enhancers.
just asking about the tea. Me just want to sleep, Trev.
Where you say the joke is on me, man? Me no business if you want joking on me. Where you say no need to brag?
Come on, my team, man. And go and take you and see.
No, but sometimes it work and sometimes it don't. You understand? So me that
but you have to be consistent with it.
No, I try, but what me gonna say?
It not work.
You think if I combine it with the magnesium?
Or maybe you need something else, sis. But you know, so if you go back to them, I go prescribe something
I
for you.
already went and me tell you, say, I ain't taking them crap what them give me. I don't even go fill the prescription. Then
Okay.
read them and see how what. Because I know that I'm one of those persons.
Hi, Scott, what's up?
I'm not a big naturalist or anything, but you see, me is a person like this. If me have a headache, I rather go eat a banana than take a aspirin.
Yeah.
Understand?
Push out. Me can't push out, you know. Push out save me alone because me get it, me having interest. Jesus, push out full of lyrics.
Yeah, man.
In full of lyrics. Where you say, Mark, don't know witchcraft, but I do know my father. Yeah. He said, you don't know witchcraft, but you know in Father God. Well, good for you. Whatever satisfies you, know where that come from.
Where that
I got no idea, baby.
Us talking about sleeping tea.
Me don't know where that come from. I don't know, sister. I don't know.
Alright. Anyway, Trev, I got right now. Me go blend up some aloe vera and some other stuff.
Aloe vera, good for you.
Because it a flare. No make eczema flare, and me no want no steroids. So me go mix.
Okay.
I go use my blender and go blend
up.
and take that beard.
And beard.
Carrot and beetroot and kale and spinach and anything there.
No, me eat and drink that, but me go mix the aloe vera now with some merengue.
Okay, now you're talking.
And take you and scrub my skin.
Now you're talking.
Me go draw Cersei off of the fence. Me go look if the man they cut them.
Now you're talking.
But I just as me tell me just sleep. That's why just my thing.
Get some Cersei.
Okay, you're in Jamaica? You're in Jamaica?
No, dear, me not Florida.
Then if you come to Jamaica, man.
How about the Denzel? Denzel, how much money are you going to invite to Jamaica? Baby yourself.
No.
Denzel, but I do come.
You need a little sunshine.
Denzel, I do come, you know.
Then
Okay,
Florida not have
okay.
no sunshine. And me
I
a feel
went
like
to Barbados.
I mean I have no
I went to
sunshine.
Barbados in November. I think of Barbados, man.
Mark,
After
what's
the first,
up?
this is much monkey I June plum and pink breadfruit. I said, Trev, if I go Barbados, the monkey they wouldn't give me a chance if I pick the June plum.
Oh really?
So you walk to them in the tree and them yummy them.
The monkey never eat the jump plum?
Yes, the monkey, a whole heap of monkey now Barbados.
Really?
Say, if I did Jamaica then Jamaica people kill them off.
You know, say a true though. Mark, what's up? What you doing? Good morning.
Anyway, Trev, I will circle back probably tomorrow morning. May have a long day ahead of me, so we will
Okay,
talk.
sugar.
Okay,
And you be safe out there.
all right, you too, dear.
Okay, sugar. I'll be
Goodbye,
here.
sir.
Good.
You shall tell her
Good
goodbye.
day.
Mark, what's up?
Have a good day. Okay, sir. All right.
You and take care of yourself. Don't overwork.
Okay, you too.
Okay.
Mark, what make you keep on talk like that? Nothing much going on, Mark. Audrey J, sis, what's up? So then to talk to me now. What's going on with you in the morning here?
Boy, I have some serious rain this morning.
Really?
And the light went away.
Oh yeah?
And the light come back. Yeah.
Oh well, good. We still have ice. I mean, I like that because my little plants them put out blossom, my peach and pear and everybody put out blossom. And then here comes the ice. So you know what's going to happen?
Yeah.
All the blossom then I go burn off. So I'm not going to get no fruits this summer.
You know, if you come to Jamaica, make your fruits. Come, take your behind and come at Jamaica.
Listen, then you know see with the war going on, I can't go buy a ticket. I can't go.
Yeah, it kind of rough.
I can't buy gas for my car right now, let alone. Hey, people? How much is gas where you all are at, people?
I mean, they get
Excuse me.
100 and something.
Oh,
$88.
a liter. I know, so I want to sell it by the liter, Jamaica.
Yeah.
Yeah, this morning I come at $3.69 a gallon for gas. $3.69. I'm like, damn, $3.69.
I was shocked this morning when the light went away and I said, heck, what is going on? Is this a part of the oil crisis already?
Oh, Jesus. Oh, Lord. Well, how we gonna manage? I just wish they would just stop this damn war.
I'm not ruling out anything.
Can't rule out anything. Yeah, these people are crazy. This is the worst time to have a war. What you say? Well, you said I want everything before come to Jamaica. You're right, you know, Mark. You're right. Thank you, Mark. Yeah, I'm hearing this morning here. I was thinking about going to Jamaica for this summer, but at the rate at which gas going, me know the plane fare going to be through the roof. We just want to come to Jamaica. I want to come to Jamaica, come to sit down on a mango tree.
Understand? And I'm mango time now.
Sit down on a mango tree and mango till my belly bust. Yes, Mark, I miss you. Yes, I miss you. Yeah, that's what I want to do. That's why me love come to Jamaica in summer. Because all the fruits are in season.
Being in Jamaica, therapy by itself.
Exactly. We can't just cross the highway, go over seaside, go sap me little giants, them little seawater. Here, so me live 2 hours from the beach. Can't even get little seawater for sap me giants. See, people. So what you say, Mark? Mark just said, me miss you. Yeah, did you not miss me yesterday? Did you not see I didn't come yesterday? At least I didn't come online yesterday. You could have used a private jet, but me fake. Mark allow me no man. Just like the rest of your family. We know about me, Mark. We know about my family. I could have what his father. We know about me and we know about my family. not hear this. Mark, run to the river. When me there Jamaica, me on a river for run to. Anyway, when me come from, me on a river for run to. Yeah, when we come from Jamaica, we come from North Coast. When we come from a North Coast, we on a river. Me can't cross the highway though and go over seaside. That me can do. Cleveland, what's up? Wicked, what's up? How you doing? Gabriel, what's wrong with you? You alright? Mark Gabriel, you okay? Here, sir? I'm the owner of you all. You're the owner of who? No, I mean I come from St. Mary. I come from St. Anne. I come from St. Mary. I want up at St. Mary. Anything up at St. Mary for me? I know what about river and farms and all those things at St. Mary, but that's not way. Shay White, good morning. How you doing? Welcome, good to see you. Y'all know that this morning me come for chat, for chat a little bit. And also, we're going to read the book of Nahum. Remember the other day we read Jonah? I said we were going to read the little short books. Where say me too rude? If me does the pan live and you say me too rude.
Yeah, I tell you. Give it that way.
Don't say another word, Denzel. If I just pan live me there, you say me too rude. Imagine when I'm half live. Wicked man. I'm up. Good morning. How you doing? Yeah, we do a couple of things today because we are chat and laugh, and also we have to go over the book of Nahum. I'm chatting on the other line. Yeah, I have to go over the book of Nahum because remember we're going over the short books one by one. We did the book of Jonah the other day, and I'll know the story now resolved with Jonah and God. I know the story now resolved. Garfield, good morning, because Jonah still makes it God. If you want to see Jonah right now, Jonah still mad. But anyway, Sierra Lewis, good morning. Even what the next one we did read what their name Denzel? I want him the name again. Abukak. We did read. I think I did. No, Haggai. It was Haggai. It was Haggai. What claim say was a prophet. Haggai said God tell him to go ask the priest. God tell him to go ask the priest. Say if a holy man have on a holy robe, and the holy robe touched wine or bread and whatever, if that make the wine and the bread holy. And the priest said, yes. That make them holy. As I did say, sit like so. Hold on, I want to make me go look back, make sure. Because I don't want to know. Because I don't love run with story. And I got say, Trev did say, I don't want to tell a lie for me. But anyway, let me go back and look. Mark, you were here. I still didn't see your boyfriend. My boyfriend? We are talk to Gabriel. Wait, let me read it for you now. Let me read it for y'all so y'all don't say Trev said something different. So remember when we read Haggai. Haggai said, God told him to go ask the priest if someone who is holy, who is of holy flesh, in the skirt of his garment, and with his skirt he touches bread or pottage or wine or oil or any meat, shall it be holy? And the priest said, no, it can't be holy. I want you to look at the logic of this. I want you to look at the logic of it, and then we can kind of talk about it, because me don't know much, me don't know everything, but some things when it don't make sense to me and I talk it out loud, it is in the hopes that it will fall on somebody else's ears and they could possibly make better sense of it than me. And so we could bounce knowledge off each other and learn together. Okay? So if, follow me now. So if the holy priest have on his holy robe, and this robe touches the bread, the wine, the food, whatever it touches, if that make those things holy. And the priest said no. And my question was, why would God have to ask the priest this question? Me no know. Would God not have known the answer? And it still didn't tell me what is God's interpretation of this whole thing. Because before me say, oh, that the book of Haggai done, I'm going to hear God say whether or not what the priest's analysis of the situation was right or whether it needed correction. So I am left just as lost as I was prior to having read this. So then he says again to go ask the priest again, if one that is unclean because he has touched a dead body touches any of these things, shall they be unclean? And the priest said, it shall be unclean. Then Haggai then answered Haggai and said, so is this people, and so is this nation before me, said the Lord. So I think I will. Relax yourself now, boy. So, so even though after having read this, it seems like God is sort of making a point to say, so is the children of Israel. So is me not call their name. So is his people. How does he though match his people with the touching of the dead body and the holiness of the priest? Me not get it. And this one me telling us, say, when you read the Bible, you have to read it in context, and you have to read, like when you read a chapter, you have to read the entire chapter to get what they are talking about. Just scribe what's up to get what they are talking about, who is talking, and the relevance of the utterances, you know, because otherwise you will run away with one story when it's something else. And nothing is wrong with that if you have to revisit a text to get a better understanding. It's not shameful to relearn something that you thought you knew, something that you thought you understood, but you have to revisit. Nothing is wrong with that. That's how you grow. That's how you learn, right? Miss Kids, is that you? So me look so good so early, man. And considering so me just come from work, and I just done work 12 hours, tired like a goose. Me just done work 12 hours. Yeah, I'm so tired. But, you know, just grab I wasn't here yesterday, you know. I see the two little people who text me and say, Trev, you okay? Or come me not see you today? Because remember, so me telling you, say, I'm trying to come every morning, if it's even for 1 hour, just to come see what's going on and chat with you. But you know the downside of that is when me come, watch me head a ball out, people no see ya. Me head a ball out. Lord of His mercy, just grab. You know, see, look at me head a ball out right there, so. Lord of mercy, now remember me say me I get older. Yes, me love. A dog, my age is now pop sis, yeah. I'm getting older. See there, me in front of ball out right there, so. I mean, I know. Redacted. Where some me not read the comments them? Kuya. You get pretty every day. Sorry, did I miss a comment from you, my love? I'm sorry. You know, I wasn't trying to offend anybody. I'm so yes, your head full of gray. You're nursey, baby. Girl. Girl, you never see me yesterday. Me never come on live yesterday. Where's that mosquito? Well, I ear full of gray hair. My head full of gray hair too. I color it. I buy the coloring set now at the Dollar Tree. And I use it in half. Me use half because I just do the roots. Me not do the rest the whole of my hair. I just do the roots. So I use one of those bottles 2 times. Redacted truth. Don't ask any more questions about biblical scriptures if you are going to read our comments. What? What? Redacted truth. In the name of whoever you praise. Don't come stress me out this morning. It's too damn early. It's too early. Don't come stress me out, please. Okay? If I ask one question about the Bible and you want to answer it, answer it. If me not see it when you answer, you want to bring my attention to it, you bring my attention to it. But you go and do so respectfully. Now come tell me about if me don't want people to answer no question, me not to ask no question. Just find yourself go on next platform now. Do me a favor, beg you please. Find yourself go on next platform. Where we entertain your bullshit. Because I don't have time for it. I don't have room, I don't have space, I don't have the energy. Okay. Alright, with that being said, let me continue. Where say you can't bother color your hair? What I mean by you can't go any place else? Alright, well sit down and keep your kin quiet. Alright, good. Before me put you in the corner, if you go kneel down pan 2 buckle stopper. But anyway. Anywho, just scribe. Alright, see there, I saw you if you behave. Yeah, thank you for the heart, me. I saw you if you behave. Well, where say you there's killer go yesterday, and don't forget, guys, for those of you one last week and another this week, where is it? Where some of you don't get to Haggai? But me read Haggai already. And that may I tell you, that was just a little synapse because that was a part of the book of Haggai. Alright, me not talk about nothing else about Haggai. Right, so. Give me 2 seconds. Somebody said they go on one wedding. People still are married? In this day, 8 people still are married? Oh, sorry. My dear. Them are prenup. Just scribes, how many weddings you performed this week? People still getting married? Oh, they are. Okay. People still get married, Mark? You know from when I don't see a wedding invitation and all them something there, every time I hear somebody, me see a couple looking good together, me say, oh yeah, me wait for them married. The next thing me know, them separate because of one foolishness or the other. So a long time I hear about one wedding. So me never know that people still get married. But anyway, those of you who have sent your daily art me, don't forget for collect on the coins. Don't leave your coins on the table. Put a comment in the chat and then go up beside my name right there and touch that little white oval there and collect your coins. Max said, baby still a make a young people business. Only my son best when they are in their 20s. Yes, we love it. Then 20s a good time for married. And all we have to do is just open praise to them. So then last, them treat their marriage with respect and all these things, you know. Because nowadays, the people, them not no respect for their marriage, you know. And we can't blame them. People still are do good. People still are do good, me love. And them still are married. I'm married, but you're still cheating. At least you're honest. Well, for married people, they still look for their wife and their husband, you know. You think I may tell? Me said the other day, I don't come to me. I said there are lots of people out there who are married, but still looking for their wife and their husband, still looking for their forever person. Are true? People married for different reasons. People see opportunity, they're married to get a green card or whatever. So they're married. But in their mind, you are not the person for them. You are not the person they want to marry. They don't see themselves with you as their person. But at this particular moment, it looks rosy. It looks nice because guess what? On the horizon, I can see my future with a green card where I can do so many things. I can go to school, I can elevate myself. And so at this moment, I am going to marry you. But trust and believe me, I go give you hell because you are not my person. I don't feel like I should waste my commitment on you. That's what I'm feeling now. Yeah. Okay. Them not have nowhere to live. Just like how people are still in church and looking outside for God. Hey, talk about it, Mac. Talk about it. Just Scribe say, want a green card, marry me. Just Scribe. The last time I married one man and gave him green card, I jail me up. Leave me alone. Leave me alone. I marry no one. Neither for nor not for. Okay. All right. I like how I get that off of my chest so early in the morning. Let me put on the lip gloss. Sure. Too early. Watch your leaf alive. I want leaf alive for today. Leaf alive. Look like he drop back asleep. Look like he drop back asleep. Listen. Okay. Where's the mark? No proposal. No nothing. Let me tell you, we ain't doing that. Just yes. People are married because they want opportunities. They're using the next partner. You know, you say I'm American beauty. I work for the government. Say what? So you got some pension? You want to marry me? If people marry me and get something, why me can't marry somebody and get something too? Hey! You very wicked. Hey! It's oh, this guy text me. Wanna stop stressing me out now? Make una take me. You got 3 pension? Okay, so 2 for me and 1 for you. That's how we are gonna work it. 2 for me and 1 for you. Talk to me, just cry. But more I know from now, say that are the only reason we are get married, right? That's the only reason. Cause me married to people and them get stuff from me. About time me marry somebody and get something from them. They stay with you and save the Miss Kids, you never see a better thing. They stay with you, then dig out your eye and they save their own money. Them stash with their money one side. While you are playing Bob the Builder. Oh girl, can I tell you? You did play Bob the Builder. You understand? You did play Bob the Builder, giving them this and giving them that, doing this, trying to make them. H. Cole, what's up? Trying to make them into a better person, spending your money upon them. spending your money upon them and all these things. And the next thing you know, them after their money well stash away and gone left you. Me drink me look a fever grass tea. Right, Nicole? Mm-hmm. Me drink look a fever grass tea, because me I tell you no say. I saw out there around these days. So so no, but I go on like no. What where say as if I saw me love? Yeah, me love. When me love hard, you know. When I love hard. Me love hard. Pun intended. But hey, yeah, me love. Yeah, what's up? Yeah. Yeah, when I love hard. Me don't know how to love somebody and hold back. If you know what I mean. To me, it just spells deceit. And I don't think it's a good foundation to lay anyone's heart. Yeah, you know, lay anyone's heart on a bed of deceit, because that's not going to yield anything that's favorable. Where say I love what? Me love hard. Oh, come. Good morning. I do love hard. In more ways than one. If you can't love somebody and love them hard, what is the point? You're not really loving them. You're just sort of tolerating them. Like this is not really my person, but this is where I'm at this moment in my life. So I'm just going to be with this person. Yeah. I'm just going to be with this person, and whatever happens. But in your mind, you know what is going to happen, because you know you are not here in this relationship to stay. You know you are just in this relationship for what you can get. So you already have the expiration date for the relationship already set. But your partner has no clue. That is cruel. Yeah, that is cruel. Because you have your partner there working. All I come say, can I be honest with you? I value honesty. So of course, yes. Of course, yes. Be honest with me. Yeah. No waste your jealousy, Olocom. Olocom says, don't waste your jealousy. That's a total waste of a good emotion right there. No need to waste it. Takis, what's up? Yeah. Where say what make him so lucky? I try to make somebody's son lucky now, you know, Olocom. Actually, you don't know me there. I try to make somebody's son very lucky. Percy, is that you? El Camionera, how are you doing? Which of the poison work faster in that case? Listen, I don't know. You're so wrong for that. You're so wrong. You are so wrong. I don't know which one of the poison them work fast. I was the grammar, so what? I don't know, and I would know. I would know. Because I have no intention to hurt or harm anybody despite what they may do to me. I don't have desire. Before me hurt you, I just not talk to you. That is me. Before me hurt you, I just don't talk to you. You will never get a hello from me. It has to be like circumstance where I cannot avoid speaking to you. But other than that, yeah. That's the thing, you know, just grab. You say me want to hurt a fly. I don't get pleasure out of hurting people. I don't. I don't go around trying to hurt people. The only people me ever hurt, like, maybe I'm in man them. You know, some break their heart. Some of them. But man broke for me heart too. So I broke for broke. Yeah, a couple of them, some break their heart. Yeah, but me can't live with that. Me can't live with that. Yeah. And a couple of them break my heart too. So only Jesus, go about your business. When I say hurt speak true to the soul, but that's true. The man of people, bro, true. My man, the man of people for true. But you know, it's true. That's how life is. You may break somebody's heart, somebody break your heart. My problem is when people go out of their way to destroy somebody else. Me can't they know. Me can't they. We swear that we are compatible and we start a relationship, and then somewhere down the road, I just feel like, Trevor, what the fuck this you do? This is somebody not even worth the phone call where they make to him. What is? And me just stop call. Me just stop chat. Me no care. Me just stop. And me that. Me just stop. Me stop text. Me stop call. Me stop answer. Yeah, especially if me tell you 2 times, say, you know something? No. As the man did tell me, the man said me ain't ringing bell. Don't make me laugh loud. So yeah, and you know, you ask him, I don't want no woman when me not compatible with. What would be the point? If you don't feel like you are compatible with somebody, you don't feel like you and this person can rough it out together, what is the point? Me like, you say you like work by your old car. We're going to work by your old car. And if that's what gives you satisfaction, then that's what it is. Tell me when me must mess up so I can correct my behavior. Listen, sometimes I'm not just the mess up. Every man should be allowed to live their life like kings. And the man them should be allowed to live them life if they want to have more than one woman. But you have to understand. You have to understand that there's a price that comes with that. Man can't just get up and have 1 dozen woman. Just because them can't sling a sling-a-ling. That's number one, that's not healthy. Number one, that is not healthy. And even though I am not a hard liner when it comes to a man having 2 women, I'm not a hard liner saying, oh, a man if you have only 1 woman. No, because I can appreciate the fact that there are way more women than men. Way more grown women than men in our society. And because I'm aware of that, I know that there are going to be some couplings. There are going to be some men out there who are going to have more than 1 woman. However you work it, it's up to you because it is your life. I can accept that. Do I have to join in? I don't have to join in. That's why I'm single. That's why I'm not nobody. Because everybody me meet, them have a wife, them have a girlfriend, them have a sweetheart, them have a baby mother. I'm yet to meet somebody who is single, free, single, and disengaged. I'm like them like that. You understand what I mean? Yeah, I've met people who claim to be free, single, and disengaged, but them not ring my bell. And on the other hand, I have met people who are, I don't know if I'm committed, but who are in, them kind of seem like them could have ring my bell, but me have to hold my head straight, lock my eye, and keep moving. You understand what I mean? So it's kind of ticklish out there when it comes to a woman who is looking to find a man who is compatible with her, a man who they can, she can share her life with. And especially when you're up in a my age, justice, when you're up in a my age group, it becomes a little harder because, well, up in a my age group, it not come harder, but hey, Barry, what's up? How you doing, sugar? Charlene, my love, how are you doing, sugar? Good to see you, beautiful. Good to see you. When I say Barry, good morning. You always look for me. I was scrolling and I heard you. You hear me big mouth, Anna. You hear me big mouth, Mr. Child. Where say every woman as well? Yeah, I think so. I was telling you about my daughter. Oh, Anna. Oh, yes, Anna. I remember. How are you doing? Justice, how you doing? How you doing, Anna? I thought about you the other day, and I'm like, I hope everything is going well with her. God will bless the communion in that case of a man having multiple females. You know what, with that redacted, what I find with that, I find it especially with so many Christian people holding the Bible over everybody else's head to kind of whip everybody into shape with the Bible. And we see that all the men in the Bible were revered, who were respected, who called themselves prophets, who called themselves men of God, claimed that God was working with them and through them. Not one of them had one wife, you know. Not one of them had one wife. David, who supposedly had the heart of God. David didn't have one wife. Look what David did with Uriah, with Bathsheba. He was not, if you ask me, David wasn't a holy man. But to the people there, he appeared to be. You understand? And David even carried revenge. That would have taken. Good morning, my love. Good morning, my love. I go tell you one secret. Mr. Somebody's son all up in my DMs. Me like him too, you know, but anywho, that's another story for another day. That's another story for another day. I want to not come up in my business. Yeah. Him say him go marry me. Me don't know that I go work. He's an ordained minister, but him go marry me and him together. Me don't know him gonna do that, but hey. What Just Christ said? Just Christ say he must be able to afford both women for him to listen. Back in those days, it didn't require no whole heap of nothing to afford two women. Jacob, this whole Bible is based on the descendants of Jacob. Jacob had how many babies, how many children, and how many women? Remember, Jacob did have Leah, Rachel, Bilhah, Zilpah, and then what the next one name I'm did married to? What next one name? I don't remember what she did name. I don't remember. But but he didn't have one wife. He didn't have one woman, right, Monty? From Rwanda? Oh wow, Monty is from Rwanda, guys. How is it over there? When you go to supermarket, there are more grocery than money. That money where you have. Well, nowadays, there is a lot of requirements for you to successfully have more than one woman. Okay? Lifestyles that you're going to have to keep up. If you don't have the dough to take care of that, you are in big trouble. You understand? There's going to be a lot of ants in your milk. The man them say 80% of women want 20% of men. And that's why them sing. Listen to me, Vicky. Listen. Oh no, you all know that I am very practical. I'm very practical, regardless of whether my practicality brings me a lot of hate. I simply don't care. But I'm still not going to deny my practicality and my realism. There are more women than there are men. Okay? There are more adult women than there are adult men. If we've got to fulfill our needs, and we have got to find a man, and each of us have to find a man for ourselves, there is still going to be a lot of women left over without a man. Okay? We have options. What are the options that we have? We're either going to decide to stay single. We're going to decide to be somebody's side chick. What? Where you help me suffer? Yeah, that's an option too. You're going to either be somebody's side chick, or you want somebody to share one man. You decide to be single. You decide to go on Amazon, go find you one man, or you are going to find one next woman, go rub crutches. Those are your options. And it's the truth. I don't make up something. It is the truth. So what do y'all want us to do? You're going to have to pick your poison, pick your choice. What is it that you're going to do? When people are saying, oh, every woman can find a man for herself. If we did the math, it's not going to work out like that. It's not going to work out. And then women still live longer than the man them. Yeah. So, let me drink my little tea, y'all. Me not looking for nobody's husband. Me I look for somebody's son. Let me drink my little tea. That is a grown man. Can make him own decision. Right, people? How old is a case? What's up? How you doing? Right, Shannon? There's a lot in being polygamous. Yeah, being polygamous now requires a lot of money. You got to make sure both women are taken care. Yes, so you have to have enough money to take care of both women. That is where men are falling short these days as well, because them don't have enough to take care of all the women. And some of these men, they are very generous in their heart. They really want to be able to fill that gap. But they don't have what it takes to fill the gap. Yeah, it's as simple as that. They don't have what it takes. Because they cannot successfully maintain two households financially, emotionally, sexually, and all that. They can't do it. It's not possible. So, anyway, Abraham, who called God his friend, had multiple wives, and these ladies want me to have one. You know, so me agree with you. Me just fall in love with you and redacted. Yeah, true, man. Me agree with you. And that is why you see so many people end up divorcing. And me, in my mind, I am saying no, that divorcing your husband because him cheat, only to go be somebody else's side chick. That make no fucking sense. You hear some of what going out here? You divorce your husband because he cheated. And then you turn around and become somebody else's side chick. You end up there with somebody else's husband. But you left your husband because him sleep with somebody else. That make any sense? Where is it? You know, some people tell you everything. It doesn't seem like it's going to get any better. I just leave everything. Yeah, Anna, I empathize with you, my love, and what you are going through. And I hope I hope that the situation gets remedied sooner than later. You can't mix Old Testament with New Testament. Listen, I want Bible. Some always mix Old Testament with New Testament. Don't worry yourself. Redacted say having one woman is a spiritual sin. Me not join with your nonsense. Me not join. You see what I mean? Just grab. Yeah, I know I'm not telling no lie, but the people them don't like when I speak the truth. Them not like it. But are the truth. If me have my husband, if me have one husband, me not talk about little finky them and me married. Me talk about one real good husband. If I ever get that lucky, I'm going to find one really good husband, and him cheat, me not let him try and cheat. Me not let him try and cheat. No. Cause like, hey, yeah, every girl need a little loving. And there are more of us out here than them. So, help a sister out. Me serious. Why you think me not serious? Thank you, Vicky. I appreciate you. Mommy Moose, how are you doing? Watch out. How are Vicky there? Hi, sir. How are Barry there? Barry.
Jesus Christ, Trev, you know from when I'm waiting.
I'm still on right there.
Look, I'm break time soon.
Me say me there right there, so I'm gonna see it. I'm gonna see it. But that's true.
Oh,
What's up with you? Happy Thursday. How are you doing?
Happy Thursday. One more day to go. Well, I'm counting down. More the weekend, man.
Are we have a good weekend? Eh?
I now do nothing. Look on my main page what I did with last weekend, and I only just recovered.
Which voila, the absolute page?
Go on absolutely no
Oh.
Yeah. Absolutely page, yeah.
Oh, okay.
I did a video.
Mr. Child, me not see nothing. You know say.
Oh man, yesterday now.
Really? Me not see me have to go search for it. Me have to go search for it when me done. You know
I
what?
got tag you.
That's the best thing to do. That's the best thing to do.
And right.
Anytime. Go ahead.
I mentioned the night, so listen to me. Me not help no man cheat. At 2026, you not have to cheat. Tell your wife, me want written consent from your wife. Once she alright with it, me alright with it. But me not help you cheat. I am not going around no corner and no back video. Your wife have to know. It's not I am not her matey. I am not seeking to be your second wife, but your wife have to know. Additionally, if you come at my house and eat at my house, pun intended. You pay bills at your house, you have to pay bills at my house too. Yeah. So it go. You not eat for free at your house, so you not eat for free at my house neither. But yeah, those are my terms and conditions. And I think that's what the man them now get. They feel say is a little fun and games things. They want a second woman for. No. You not waste my time because other man out there. I'm just thinking I'm going to be a strength.
You know, so I can't
And
argue.
the next thing too, a lot of man are gonna get left for cheating because them want somebody to sit down and chat their wife with.
Oh
That
no,
is the
we don't play that.
betrayal. You don't need to tell me say your wife this and that and she
Me want to
don't
hear.
love
Me
me
not
like
even want
she
to know
did
what your
at
wife
one
name.
time. Right. And me and her don't have sex with all of
Me not care. That's none of my business.
Exactly.
Mm-mm.
And them things there, man get left for. And the disrespect, and the fact that him go get like a pum pum, and the disrespect what him put with it. Yeah, because me
not sit down with no man and chat about no woman.
No, that's
But yeah, woman
foolish.
who do it.
That's foolish. That's foolish. That's pointless. Like what are you trying to do? Size
Just
yourself
try
up
to
to say you are
he's
better?
everything. He's our therapist now.
Girl, you're not no
Just
better.
try
You're not better than his wife. You're not better than his baby mama. You're not better than you are not better. You're just another coochie.
Right, that's
You
all.
ain't not better than so the people I thought about them a throw word pan wife and them like, girl, sit your rabbit ass down someplace. Throw word pan wife. What the hell? What? What? Eh?
I need you on my WhatsApp. I had a man cuss me off yesterday evening and the man cuss me, Trev.
And what you do? Again. What you do again?
The man at 52, him jumping on my inbox 5 days ago.
Mm.
Right? Rate blah blah blah. First, he want to fly me out. Secondly, he want book me hotel and all of that something. Then I say, alright then fine, slow your roll, you know, rate blah blah blah. We'll have a random conversation, he must steer it sexually. And then I go tell me, say me prude. I'm a prude. Because me just not talk, but me and you know that there's a yet you try to tell me about your things that you never got to know. So the man start name drop now which girl in the sleep with when
No.
which celebrity daughter. So me just come off. I came off the phone and I called me he might try call him back, me tell him say me get a call. Say seriously? So me tell him yes, tell him straight up. Like, big man, you're too old for your name drop. Why you need to tell me the girl name and her father name and what you want the girl do? No, that no cute. It make your thing look lily. The man send me a bag of voice note. The man said him have 8 houses and 5 cars, so him think lily, and him is a successful man, and I am judgmental, and he was just getting to like me, and it's such a shame. And him.
Yeah, then how you take so how you hear so much? Cause me no wait to hear so much. Cause a long time I block that number there now. I wouldn't wait to hear all of that.
Because at that point, me start finding it hilarious. Yeah, narcissism, the gaslighting. I'm like, what here? And the man go on with himself. The man write me 2 poems.
What is so? Hold on. Don't move, Vicky. Monte say I will make a great sister wife right now. My kind of girl that. All right, go on, Vicky, make me hear what you say.
The man write me 2 poems. Tell me about my clock in the 2 poems. Him say, me a prude. Why? And then after if Benson done cussing out, me say to him one thing. You are so successful. You have 8 house, 5 car, 2 dogs, 5 puss and 10 careers, and sit down so of course with a broke girl and you never get her front.
Why? Worries. El Camionera. What's up? Listen.
Just write 2 literal poems. Nah, joke.
You write a poem for cuss you out?
Poems. 2.
Just scribe say a vent him a vent. What's my friend Dami? Hey boo, what's up? Suck possession. Hey.
Alright, Trev.
I work today.
At 2 o'clock, me I come go back inside. Yeah.
Oh.
You know the time.
The time
difference.
difference.
We have 2 more hours.
Mm-hmm.
I have a meeting and hour that me need to prep for.
Okay.
And
Okay.
me just have some documentation to do. I pretty much done my patient load for the day.
Okay. Okay. Well, we'll see. We'll see you
I'm
later.
supposed to I work for one QR project.
Okay.
But me I I go switch,
Mhm.
and I will inbox you with the point.
Yeah, inbox me.
You can read them out, but take my name out. Am I right with my name?
Okay. All right.
And I say,
Yeah.
what if me did give him pum pum? Jesus Christ, a man with a man.
The man that put up on Instagram. You know what? Yeah. Who was it that makes so much noise? Hold on there. Why is this echoing like this? God damn. It's getting on my nerves. Wait a minute. Disconnect. Yes. Jesus! That give me a headache, man. But anyway, all right, here we come. Win some! Steady. See, I'm up early. Steady, I'm just coming from work. You're talking about up early. I'm just coming from work, my love. Yeah. Good morning, Winsome. How you doing, sugar? I ain't seen you in a hot minute. How you doing? All right, you people over there, don't forget to register your like for the live. You can't just register a like for the live. Excuse me, I beg you know. Dami, what's up? How you doing? Good to see you, Sherry. She hurting feelings just scribed, so I write her in a poem because I can't try to see if you would fall in. Is my house on fire? Not my house on fire. Not at all, darling. Not at all. Me soon fix the problem. No, but to be honest with you, we're over here, we're talking about whether or not, you know, there are so many things we're talking about at once. But at the moment, we are talking about how it is impractical for one woman to expect one man to stay with her when there are literally way more women in society than there are men. And if we all want to have a man for ourselves, it is not going to happen. And that is why this problem of men cheating, the problem remains year after year after year. People say, what is the solution? What is the solution? Oh, we can't find a solution because the man them don't know if to keep themselves together. What do you want the men to do? Men are built with the desire to fulfill. Where's the white man shot? Men are built with the desire to make women comfortable. Yeah. And I lie, it's true. That's a part of their nature. To support women and love women and help women grow. But when a man sees several women around him who are without a man, he knows that they are lacking that love and that support. And some men might feel like they're obliged to fill that gap. Then they are going to. There are more land on earth, but it is subjected to. Why I say, when some we find out, plus the world of women desire to want the black gold. Yes, what I mean, Monty? Yes, what I mean? Yes. And women want to, the women who are out there without a man, they want to find a man. Nurse baby, not true me talk. Yvonne, good morning, Yvonne. Yeah. They want to find a man, but everybody say, oh, I want to find a man, but he's got to be single. And everybody have all these stipulations, and they're not taking into account the reality that there are more women than men. And I'm telling you, say, some women leave their husband because their husband cheat, and then them turn on be the side chick to a married man. And I'm like, make that make sense. It don't make no sense. You understand me? Because you are in the same situation. The same situation you just try to run from is the same situation you are in. So if you did just want your husband to look no more because you just think so you're tired of that look, then we're going to try another one, just say so. Just say so. Say, well, you want to try one another from one try another look too. And that's how it is. And him go mind his business and you go mind yours. But stop labeling it like, oh, he cheated on me. Oh, he cheated. And what's up? When you get a man for yourself, me say, you get one man for yourself, he hold and dry up. He hold and dry up in a wheelchair. And we can say, in Kuluk stuck at 6:30. You know, second stupid. Good. Trev, the lady at McDonald's said, she want a guy with 6 figures. So she want a man who makes 6 figures? Barry said, Uno Crevo, you really want one man? No, Barry said, me not really want no one man for myself. Me not really want no man for myself. Because me not want to go home to nobody. Me don't want nobody come home to me. Eh? No, sir. Barry smart is somebody. Me now you know what no such conversations. You're not gonna run go tell no lie for me, but if you why? What you say? What I say? King crash out, bless up your nice clean self. What's up, Trev? I'm 6 figures. I know I'm looking in my income range, not the McDonald's lady, no offense. But of course, me not understand how men who have one little bit of dough end up wanting somebody where, well, sometimes it's a power thing where if they are with somebody who makes significantly less than them, they can feel mighty and powerful. Yeah, me know some man, that's one ego. You all are led by your ego. And not your heart. Yeah. Where some we get? Well, listen to what Winsome says. Samuel, good morning. How are you doing? Samuel from Nigeria. Good morning, Samuel. Winsome said, why man so short? That is the thing, Winsome. Why men are short? I mean, not short, dear sir, no, I mean, why there are fewer men than women. That she means. You know what I mean? So why uno short this so? I mean, it looks like it's the draw of nature. It's the draw of nature to make us have more women than men. Where's it? Lord Rolling? Winsome said, we don't want nobody. Yes, nursing, more women are being born. Historically, there have been more women than men. Yeah. And you know some things say nature created like that because because of how procreation is supposed to work, or we have seen it work historically. Yeah, where one man can impregnate several women at the same time. Yeah, him can have several babies. One woman can only have one baby born in 9 months. But one man can get a woman pregnant every day. Yeah. So yeah, so I think nature is doing her thing and we are fighting against what nature is doing. Nobody man them lock up. That too. That is a stain that was created by mankind to have the men locked up. So that even make it worse. And those who are not currently locked up have been locked up. And that make their chances even slimmer. That a woman don't want to choose a man who is locked up or has been locked up or had been locked up. Yeah? Nature gave us choices. Exactly, Barry. But it look like somehow we are fight against the thing. We are fight against... so we don't want nobody. With some... I don't want nobody. No, but we can't find no single. Yeah, them not single. Them have wife, them have girlfriend, them have baby mother. So... Therefore, I have to make up my mind. I have to make up my mind what I go do. Imante, whole another topic or episode. I look at my comments with Bible, but me I go read. Look at my Bible, but me I go read Bible. You win some? Come on with Bible, hot, you know. Talk about AJ what happened. Talk about me I go read Bible and hear where the story gone. Yeah. Colin. Alright, you see what I mean, Colin? Yeah, my kind of man. So Colin, so we have to learn for share. And honestly, putting our joke aside, that looks like where we are going to find peace. To me, it seems like that is the place we are going to find peace. Because as long as we are fighting for one man to stay with one woman, we are going to continue to have these battles where women are fighting each other because somebody did with a man and all these things. Yeah, we are going to continue to have these conflicts because we don't want to face the reality of life. And somebody did say earlier said the poly relationship seems like the best. I think it would solve a lot of problems, you know. We have to like kind of sort of change our mindset. Because I can tell you, as somebody who has been married, I tell you this over and over. And no married woman can't tell me say, I lie me I tell. You can't tell me say I lie me I tell. Don't you feel, those of you who are in a marriage for a while, don't you feel sometimes like, what do you say call me? If I want me to call you and you don't answer your phone or you call me, I don't answer. I don't answer. But anyway, Carla Hodge, what I was saying is, AJ, what happened? Dr. Jamaica, good morning. How you doing? Sometimes you share and get the wrong thing. You say, "Am my time now?" Yeah. Yeah. I think to be honest, what you say? You say later for Barry. Sometimes you share and get the wrong thing. With some, that is why the option is always there for you to move right along. I don't understand how some people say you go share, you get the wrong thing, and you decide to sit down there. Where you sit down there for? What are you sitting there waiting for? If it not suit you, it not right. Go about your business. Like, hey. Yeah. If it not suit you, it not right. Keep it moving. Stop stressing out yourself. Stop stressing out yourself. Leave it and go on about your business. We're going to sit down and feel sorry for the man and say, oh my God, I feel sorry for him. Or feel sorry for yourself and say, oh my God, I can't believe that this really set for. I know I have to go find one other man. I'm so repulsed by the thought of finding another man, so I'm just going to settle for this. Are you stupid? Eh? No, sir. If somebody ask you that, you have to go answer them. Listen, bun at butter the cheese or more. The cheese? Where say you can't? Where somebody can't use my religion? You don't hear this with some. With some. Me can't deal with Barry. What's up? You cannot use your relationship. Me can't use no relationship. When someone don't have no relationship for use as an example. Debbie Dwyer, what's up? What you doing? Good morning. Good to see you. Welcome, 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 welcome. How are you doing, sugar? Mr. Sis, me just come from work, you know. Exhausted as usual. You know the thing. I decide say, me I go come live. I come live for come read, you know. And see me here. See me here come live, I chat one rip of foolishness. You with some? Barry.
Good morning, everybody. Good morning, everybody.
Good morning, Barry. Why you got to add to the conversation?
No, I'm saying, me personally, you're going to be very short this morning. I know my love chat.
Just this morning?
I refuse.
Just this morning you're short?
No, I'm short all the while. God never bless me. I don't know why. You want to hear me say a madman I walk through the road. I'm going to say, a madman I walk down the road and him never want to close. I'm going to say, God, why? Why? You're unfair.
I can't with you. You crazy. You want Christians, man.
Back on track.
Yeah. Back on track. What you say?
Because for me, I don't talk about relationships, generalize with relationships and life, because everybody individual is so unique. And then two people come together, they're two different unique persons, you know. And two unique persons coming together, we form a unique relationship and bond. You understand?
Right.
I have to generalize about relationship, because everybody, because you might have there with a man, you know, and you find the man the greatest man in the world and win some, eat him like pies, you know. But because of relationship is sometimes it's not about this, it's about compatibility. It's really about the amount of bullshit you can tolerate from each other. Really, it's not about the love, about each other's bullshit. So what you're willing to accept.
And some people do come with a lot of that, you know. Yeah, some people do come.
Because it's not about the love sometimes, it's about what you're willing to make pass and notes, you know. Because it's the bullshit what people come up with, what keep up, you know, that cause the argument. And
you have to go pay me and just subscribe.
If you do that, you might have just have sex a while ago and you left the something in the sink. And you can't just say, man, watch it too little something, man. I can't bother with him, I can't bother with you, do it.
Then over time you get to know each other's pet peeves. You get to know what makes each other tick. Jesus, my chat all foolishness. Tick. And yes, if you know that your partner don't like, say, the toilet seat up, and you constantly leaving it up, it tells me that you do not respect your partner's feelings. If your partner do not like you wearing your shoes in the house, you come in the house and just wear your shoes through the house, it tells me that you have absolutely no respect for your partner. And big things, you know, a little things, right? Absolutely, a little things. Did this man just say him wonder why the madman is swinging more than him?
Human being, we are very...
That's exactly what I say. He said God and fear, because God give the madman a whole package.
I said it in jest. I wasn't like, not to make to write in the prose.
When you want the man very nice, and when baby come at can I tell you, child?
What I'm saying to Trev is that in a relationship, we are vindictive. Because if me and you there, I mean, you not like something. You need something. But just to get back at you, instead of make it pass, you're going to use when you don't like to get back at me and say, boy, I do something. And a relationship will never, it's human spirit and human nature. And another thing I want to say, if a man want to have 10 women, and the 10 of them are right with it, as long as 10 of them are right with it, me not have no problem with it. But where the problem comes in is when the deceitfulness is said, no, me not have no bad days, but in fact. But if that's a 10 man, because who didn't make the rules say one man for the with woman? It's really the Bible that says so, you know, so you got to get married before. the Bible said that rule ain't the same one where everybody are born out, you know. It's the Bible.
But the funny thing is, in the Bible, who in the Bible you see with one woman?
Yeah, but I'm saying that, but I still say what the Bible said. The Bible said sex before marriage is I laugh. Although them Solomon have no wife and them stuff there.
All right. So why do all those men who are revered in the Bible had both wives and concubines? They had both wives and concubines. They were sleeping with concubines. Did they marry them? No. Was it considered a sin? No.
If you can't wake them up and ask them, don't ask me. Tell you what me know.
I can't with you. Whatever, man. Cause so man.
I can tell you what the Bible says.
Man, these topics are
yeah, you're shame me with some. Yeah, I some forget with dead people. I'm ask him. I don't ask him. I'll wait. Me wait.
No, let me answer that question there. Let me tell you what the Bible said. The Bible, and we grew up in our house. We go to church sex before marriage and rare. Adultery and them some the Bible teach a lot about that. That's what I work off for.
And that you work off for?
I don't want to get into this morning.
Oh.
Mix my bush here and go on, yeah. But I was saying, Trev, you cannot come up here, you know, and talk about your relationships, you know, to generalize with other people. Because you got different individual last again. Bye-bye. Bye-bye, God. I don't see Miss Thing.
Missy must at work. And see what time? You see what time of day now? Just Christ said Solomon was a gallus. Jesus' mother did have one. Jesus' mother didn't have no one husband. Because she couldn't have one husband and pregnant with somebody else. But that's another story for another day. So she didn't have one husband. And I know someone gonna say, oh, it was immaculate conception. She didn't have sex to have. Poor little pitney girl don't even know what they go on about life. Look a young teenage girl. You know that you know so between me and Uno, that's one thing what always bother me in the Bible. Because it seems to me like in the Bible, the God of the Bible don't present wholesome lessons to the people. If me wrong, if you don't think me wrong and have something to add to what I say, you're welcome to do so respectfully. But listen to one of the problems I have with the God in the Bible. One of the problems I have, it's still cool. You're seeing some. It's still cool. One of the problems I have with the God in the Bible is that the God of the Bible does not present the people in the Bible with good, wholesome choices. It seems like the people in the Bible establish their social order and then this God fits in. Why I say that, I have never read about a wedding. Then Jesus name turn water into wine at one wedding. Yeah, man. I'll send you some. Where you say you're going to send me? You're going to send me some water from heaven when you're done. Beer pattern should be highlighted and reasoned out so you can know cognitives. Yes, winter. Me not cold, you know. Me not cold, but me wear my coat. Me wear my jacket come from work. You know, say me wear my jacket go to work. When me go to work, I put on the paper jacket, something cover up my clothes. So when I leave work, me just take it off and throw it in the trash. So my clothes stay covered while I'm at work. I mean, I want to touch up the anticipation, the mannequins, them bed and all these things. God has never been in or wrote any part of the Bible. That is absolutely true, Caminero. That's why I usually say the God of the Bible. Yeah, the God in the Bible, the way this God in the Bible is being presented to us. Okay? If you notice, back in those days, impregnating a young girl who had just started having her period was the norm. Today, that is against the law, at least in our culture. It is against the law. So my conflict of thought is that Paul Lawrence is in the chat asking me if I call me cool. I'm old, but me not cool. Jamaica Journal, what's up? So my thought is, if this is so wrong, why wouldn't the God of the Bible have identified it as a transgression from the beginning and laid it out as such? Why did it have to take us as human beings to evaluate the situation and say, wait a minute now, we can't have these little 8 to 9-year-olds marrying these 70-year-old men? At least in our culture. In other cultures, they still do. But in our culture, we don't. Why did it have to take us to come up with that? Since we claim that the Bible has been giving us the instructions, the blueprint, if you will, for how we should conduct our lives. So you see, that is why I say it seems as though the God in this Bible did not present the world with structure and order. Instead, he looked to see what they were doing and then he piggyback off of it. Who told you that? Paul said, is it true that a great Mary and Jesus were born? But the thing with that, Paul, listen, Mary was a young girl. All right? How comes this God would have just decide that he's going to impregnate Mary? Remember, this is the same God who supposedly has the ability, to just scrape up some dirt and make humans. I want you to listen to me carefully. This is supposed to be, he did put order, but missing, mankind is defiant. What's the definition? Mike, is that you? Mike, what's up? Come here, so I get it wrong. All right, you see, that's why I said before that when I open up these conversations, I do not sit here with any belief that I know everything. I absolutely know. If you ask me, I tell you I know nothing. Okay? I open up these conversations and I spill my thoughts out loud so you can hear it. If my thoughts are not gelling with your thoughts, you are free to share your thoughts. You might lead me to some kind of alteration for my thoughts because my thoughts may just be foolish. But you have to come good and let's talk about it like grown people. We're not going to fuss and fight and argue and call each other out the names and that sort of stuff. Right, Versatile? If a man is trying to waste his life, then live by the Bible. Our question is the other day. Question, if you don't follow God, you go hell. Invite her up and let her tell you the right thing. Invite up who? Oh no, God don't write nothing. It's people who write all of these things that they were feeling. That is so true. Look at me. Look. Thank you so much, Journal. What's up? How you doing? Yeah, the truth is, God don't write nothing. God didn't write anything. If you notice, we just read, we had been reading the book of Exodus. Y'all remember how God threw all those plagues on Egypt? And then when God took out those people out of Egypt and ended up with them in the wilderness, according to the Bible, God was giving them instructions as how to keep slaves. And when I read that, I'm like, wait a damn minute now. Wait a minute now. How comes these same people who were supposedly enslaved in Egypt, slavery was so terrible, slavery was so bad that God had to come down and intervene and take them out, and yet still he was giving them instructions about how to treat their slaves. And those instructions were not void of brutality. Because it talks about whipping your slave. And if you whip your slave and you lick out his eye, you have to set him free for the sake of his eye. These were supposedly God's instructions, you know. Very confusing, Paul. Very confusing. Because I would think that if God took out these people out of Egypt because slavery was so bad, then the instructions they would have had would not include keeping slaves. Or it would be of such that it is palatable, where you have people working for you, they are treated well, they are fed and all that. But when I read that if you beat a slave and lick out his eye, that means that God would have agreed for you as the master to whip your slave. Why do to Ezekiel, tell Ezekiel for using shit making bread. If God didn't want the devil, then he would be useless. Versatile, I say that all the time. Just Scribe said they always wanted to be the Pharaoh. Hey. Where's it? Listen, I never for 1 minute believe when people saying, oh, there's going to be that great day when God is going to come out of heaven and he's going to cast Satan down in the pit of fire. I'm like, listen to yourself. You sound like a bunch of idiots. What do you mean? So if God wants to cast Satan in a den of fire, why don't he do it now? Why are you going to leave Satan to torment me? Why me on my knees praying to him all day long? And him going to leave Satan alive to torment me, and then he's going to wait on this special day to throw me and Satan down in the fire. Because if you listen to how they tell you, you got to worship this God, you know, none of us is going to end up in this heaven place that you all talk about. If you listen to how they tell you, you got to pray without ceasing. You got to always be on your knees. Hey, versatile, I'm my kind of man that, you know. Where say, if God put Ezekiel on his side for 360 days and put him on the next side for 360 days, what would God not do? Listen, it's absolutely ridiculous. I mean, I tell you no. I told you all the story about when I was 11 years old. When I was 11 years old, because I'm active in a church from me, I look at from a while I'm active in a church. From me, I look a bit of I'm active in a church. All right. When I was about 11, them catch me, baptize me. Yeah. And I had some very serious questions for my mom. And when they were telling me, oh, you got to pray all the time. You got to ask God to forgive you for your sin. And oftentimes you sin and you know not. That was what struck me. Because I'm like, I sin and I know not that I have sinned. Because I could have just look on something, could have just do something. It's a sin, but I don't know sin. So for those sins that I'm not aware of, I must constantly keep praying. I must constantly keep praying and asking God to forgive me for those sins that I'm not even conscious that I committed. And my question was, so at what point then am I going to be holy enough to go to heaven? In my 11-year-old mind, that was my thought.
You were 11-year-old, right? And I thought, cool.
Good morning, Paul. How are you doing?
I talk to you and you answer me.
What you say?
Alright, you were 11-year-old and you don't know what you do still?
Mm-hmm.
Look at it now. All Adam and Eve were when they go in the garden.
I don't know how old they were. Then supposedly weren't born. So I don't know who was calculating their age that them say Adam lived to be 900 and must be 30. I don't know.
But I don't know, but here are the next thing about it now.
Mm-hmm.
Invite up El Kremlis, what she want him. Well, anyway, did God know say Adam and Eve have sin, right?
All right.
And yes, they didn't sit down and watch them do the sin and turn them out of the garden.
Exactly, because he would have known everything before it happened. Wouldn't
why
he?
Never stop?
Wouldn't
why
he?
Why they never stop them from sin?
Because I believe it was the plan. If I should believe this story, it would have been the plan. But my thing is, I think God never think it through too well.
I feel so.
Yeah, me feel say he never think it through. If I'm supposed to believe the whole story, all right, me go say me believe it. Say me believe the story. So there was a Garden of Eden, and there was, Adam and Eve, and God made them, and we don't know what age they were when He made them, and all the rest of the story. Say that I believe that story. When it comes to the Noah story, and how God decides say, oh, he regrets say he make all these humans and him drown off everybody.
When I reach us, yet.
Wait now. Hold on. Hold on now, star. Hold on now. When me reach there, so me start question say, God really didn't know why I do. Yeah, he didn't really know. He didn't plan it out well, and that brings me back now to saying, all of these stories are created by mankind, because if these stories were created by a God, in my mind, the stories would be cohesive. You could have always followed the stories. There wouldn't have to be so much repetition, and not just repetition, but there wouldn't have to be so much confusion. Yes, there wouldn't have to be so much confusion. Everything would have set out so that mankind can understand it. You don't need to be in a rocket science, but you can understand it and live by it, because this is how He wants you to live. But why this whole heap of confusion? The your knee man in a night praying, and you're asking Him to forgive you, and you are sin same time you are asking Him to forgive you. You are sinning, and by the time you get up off your knee, you are faced with this reality, according to them, that one day I'm gonna get mad and just bust through the skies and come and throw you in a fire. Like, why? Like, do you think that you ever really get to live if all your life, all you are thinking about is how you're gonna end up in this fire? Do you think you really get to enjoy your life? It demands obedience. And Him promise you a lake of fire. And He say you're born in sin and shaping us. Some people them say in the Bible, you're born in sin, born in sin, shaping iniquity, which says you can't actually escape. God is what's up. It's like you cannot actually escape. So how you are willing me and begging me and demanding that I cause myself to escape from this sin of which you have already drowned me in, and I cannot escape. So what would I, as a human being, be able to do to get away? Me can't get away.
But you want me now. Alright, cool. You make the people and put them in the garden.
Mm-hmm.
And then sin. I not try to correct it.
Alright.
Alright. One of the son analyze one of the next one. And you go down and Netherlands go find woman and breed up. So why you never say, you want me now? You know, so them people are going to cause be havoc. So we are going to take them off of the earth and make some different set of people come in and live good. Make them continue and go on a bit, continue their havoc and all of them. So that means I got to take off for fooling. Alright, cool. What nation Adam and Eve was? White people, black people, Chinese people.
Me no know. When some late.
Alright, look at it now. I sure know if it was a Chinese people and the snake talked to Eve.
They would have named him.
I'm the snake. Alright, good. I know if he was a black woman and the snake come to her. One run, she run. She run. She run breathless to Adam and say, Adam, come down, the snake attack. You get what I'm saying?
I get what you're saying perfectly. Where is his creation to do as he please? Well, I guess. Really, Shane don't find me yet from you. You hold on there. You're not going to mess up with my chat. Come in a hear from you. How much years now I'm not hear from you? So I don't know how come you call me this blessed Thursday morning.
Right.
What you say now?
So all of that guy and the population key and build up and all of them something. Them comes when name Abraham. Cool?
Alright.
Abraham come after.
Mm-hmm.
Abraham now and he one son today. And he one voice in the head that a mental issue.
Got you. Mm-hmm.
One like your son now. And the young who can and him say, alright, cool, I'm going to do it. When he going to do it, he going to see the people and go tangle up in the bush.
He got thief people and goat.
Thief people and goat and sacrifice the people and goat. No people are tell me say, God provide it. You did that when God put it there. Goat always are tangle up in a bush and all of them something. You know what time I pass and say go tangle up. I'm let them out back free. One minute will grab it up and say, you know, so God provide it, so I'm going to hold on for this. Then his sister and God down the road and say, yeah, my sister look good enough. Give me how much in gold I can have her for a week, you know.
You can't. Alright. Look with Abraham. Abraham takes Sarah. Sarah was his sister. Sarah, that is why I say that this Bible here, this God of this Bible did not lay rules in the Bible. He was following the rules that these men were making. So him just join in with them. Him not lay down a rule for them to follow. Him just join in with them. Sarah and Abraham were sister and brother. Why would God allow Abraham to be with his sister? And look how Abraham pimped out Sarah. I know y'all don't like when I say it like that, but it is the truth. He took Sarah, and pimp her out because you see, Abraham was poor. Abraham mendicant, little poor, little bit. Yeah, he was poor, and he saw how he could have a good life. Oh, he could have a good life, and nothing is wrong with thinking about a good life and desiring a good life. But look how Abraham decided to have his good life. He took his sister. He took Lot with him because Lot was his brother's child and his brother had died. So he took Lot with him and Sarah, his sister. They went down to Egypt. He said, oh, the people are going to say, the men down there are going to fall in love with Sarah because she was so beautiful. And when he got down there, so said, so done, the men talk about how Sarah was so beautiful. They agreed. Tell them you are my sister. All right? I am his sister, yes. She's my sister. Them take her. The pharaohs, them, everybody take her for wife, pass her around like pass around donkey, pass her around to everybody and them sleep with her, and everybody who have to sleep with her had to give Abraham something. So that's the definition of pimping out somebody. And they had to pay him and give him this and give him that. When he left Egypt, he was rich. How did he get all those riches? From having pimped out his sister as his wife.
Well, she said one did have when she reached 100 years old, she gonna get one baby.
That's why when she young she couldn't breed. For after Abraham pimp her out, so she couldn't breed.
And then she went to 100 years old when your womb lock up.
That is why me not think she did 100. She did 190. You know, 190, I believe. But she was old enough, and that is why when the angel said she was going to be a mother, she said absolutely not, because I no longer see the month of women or something of that nature, meaning that she no longer had her period and she was old and she was worried that people was going to laugh at her that she was old and pregnant. But when she was young, she had no time to get pregnant. Maybe she don't get pregnant. Abraham would have beat her to death because you would have say like, you are my cash cow. What you mean I get pregnant? You can't get pregnant, you know, because I have to sell you. I have to sell you to, yeah, I have to sell you to them people here to make money. Because if you read the Bible, that is how Abraham got his riches, you know. When he was leaving Egypt, they gave him horse and cow and donkey and slaves and everything he left Egypt with. When he went to, what a priest said, what a king did his name again? He tried to do the same thing. He tried to do the same thing to pass off Sarah. When the king said, oh, Sarah was so beautiful and something, he tried to do the same thing. And then the Bible is going to say, oh, but God made sure that he didn't touch Sarah. What would have been the difference with him touching Sarah compared to what the Egyptians had just done to her? And I like to say Sarah did one virgin again.
No, because you find out that what Sarah possessed not good again, you know.
Yeah, and then they just cloak the story with some kind of God something. Yeah. And that king still gave Abraham a whole heap of goat and sheep and still gave Abraham and he also gave Abraham the piece of land.
Alright.
You understand? So you want to tell me say she never get pregnant till she reach 90? So the Bible wants you to believe that I have a bridge. Hold on, somebody says something about if I have a bridge. Somebody say Europeans wrote it. No, that's it true. If they believe that I have a bridge, I want to sell them. And the thing is, they believe a lot of people. You know, see how Christianity rampant. People believe these things, you know.
What you have, Morgan, now? The same lot when carried down there, you know. Remember, you know, with the Sodom and Gomorrah story, you know. Like that, you know, on junkie mouth, you know.
Not go so.
And incest, you know.
No go so. I don't believe those daughters drunk off like. Lot carry daughter them up in the mountain so him could have go breed them.
I'm tell you.
Lot carry them up in the mountain so him could have go breed them. Nobody not drunk him out. But you see, because the Bible is so patriarchally centered, everything have to be about the men. They would not have put it there to say Lot went up to Zoar with the intention of impregnating his daughters. They don't want to put it so because they don't want anybody to look at Lot sideways for having impregnated his daughters. So what they did, they shift the blame onto the daughters. They said them two little girl, like 11 and 12-year-old, drunk off them father and say, oh, there is no man here for us to marry. That don't even make any sense because remember, the same story tell us that them angel that was going down to Sodom and Gomorrah stopped and spoke to Sarah and Abraham. So there were other people around where Lot could have gone. And the fact that just before that, Lot was willing to give these two girls, remember, are the two pitney them have left in the house. So these were not his only two children, but these were the youngest two who were still at home. They had not yet been married. And when the man them come and tear down the door, Lot said, I have two daughters in here who don't know a man. I will put them out to you. You can do whatever you want to do with them. What kind of father would do that? Remember, the men weren't coming for the two daughters. They were coming for the, quote-unquote, the angel, the men who had come into Lot's house. So these men, they didn't want women. They wanted men. So they wanted these men who had come into Lot's house. And Lot said, no, cannot have these men. Imagine, he's protecting these men. In the Bible said these men were supposed to be angels. But he was willing to protect those men from being ravaged by those savages on the other side of the door. But he was willing to put out his two young daughters so they could ravage his two young daughters. Really?
Abraham tell him say, yo, you can pimp them out too, you know, and get riches, you know. So put them out.
Where did they get the liquor? That's another question. Maybe them did run with some, or no, maybe some grape trees were up there. They make liquor, because I'm sure they must have had food there. I know, say wine was served an integral part in their diet, because the men, when you read the Bible, you see where the men had to take a drink before they go to bed at night. You remember, it was the same thing with Boaz. Yeah, they had to take a drink. I remember my son did get drunk and get seduced.
Yeah.
Well, Queen says it's because his daughters are human. Marley, what's up? You say who drunk lot again? Marley say who drunk lot. The Bible says in two little teenage, that him teenager and two little preteen daughters. But I'm saying I don't believe that. I don't believe those children drunk off their father, because I don't think them two little pitney they was ready for go to man, was ready for. No, I will not believe that. I will not.
Then now you go down the line, you know, and you find the Moses now, right? The Obia worker.
He might want that one.
drop the rod and bring on the ton snake. And the man drop few rod and Moses say, hey boy, you think for your snake, but watch that. I'm feeling snake, I'm up to put up him on there. But you know what?
Marley said there's two sides to every story. I agree. I agree.
You know what really amazed me? When Moses part the sea with the rod, I know in the bottom of the sea you have reef. It's not a flat road. And you have the reef them set like a mountain same way. So when the people go across the sea, what they do, just go across the flat road, so are them go down on the reef, let them crawl and them walk and them this and them that and them reach up. And the money. You get what I say?
Me don't know me love, because honestly speaking, when I look at the map and where they were coming from, me not see no reason. Me not see no reason why.
And I said, please right, I'm like, you run right and know which part.
Why they had to go across no sea and all these things.
I said, please.
What Marley said, is this an open panel? Of course it's an open panel. It's an open panel. See people them see the people them send their aren't me and come up.
Yeah, and then all over that.
Yeah.
When all of that don't not Trev. God go tell Moses fly. And Moses, he say, yeah, man, you come up on Mount Sinai, you know. Yeah. Yeah, you know. And when that man go, you know, God say, where you go them man there? Oh, you not tell me if carry the man. Me they tell you that?
No, but hold on. That part of the story when we remember. Remember, Moses claimed to have gone up on Mount Sinai, saying go up on Mount Sinai and go talk to God, right? God tell Moses, when him go down back off of Mount Sinai, he must tell the people, everybody down there, they mustn't as much as touch the mountain, neither them nor their animals. They should not touch the mountain, and them shouldn't peep around the mountain to see who was on top of the mountain. I found that was statement to be very questionable, because if God is supposedly a spirit, peeping around the mountain or touching the mountain should not affect them at all, should not affect him at all. He would have had the ability to be standing right there and the people looking on but not seeing him. But anywho, according to the Bible, he told Moses to tell the people they shouldn't touch the mountain, and they shouldn't as much as peep around the mountain, neither them nor their animals, or else they shall be stoned, or they shall be shot through with a bow and arrow if them try to peep or if to touch the mountain, right? When Moses went back up on the mountain, go meet God. God said to Moses, say, go down and bring the priests. Moses said, wait a minute now. Didn't you just tell me? I know you tell me the other day, say, none of the people them not allowed to touch the mountain or come up on the mountain. So how you tell me now to bring the priests? And God said, oh, shucks. Now I remember somebody tell you that. Well, yeah, what you do? Go on down there and bring up Aaron. Go on down and bring. Now you tell me now, God forget what I'm to tell Moses say?
Yeah.
All of what the Bible presents with all these inconsistencies, it tells me that this individual who are there claiming to be this God has the same qualities as a human being, where he forget, where he's jealous, where he get envious, where he get angry, where he's deceitful, where he's deceptive, where he is a liar, where he is a thief, where all of it. Because if you notice in the Bible, all of this deception them where God are create and I tell people how to tell lie and all these things, all of those are human qualities. Jealousy, I'm a jealous God. Those are human qualities.
And then when you bring Aaron up, you must say, what you about that man? I'm going to tell you something, I want nobody up there. Most of them say, then Bridget, now you tell me to bring the man come up here.
Ah.
Eh?
CJ, JG, what's up? Oh, Marley, you just there at work. I'm going to wait for you what you're going to say now. But anyway.
Yeah, so you tell the man, say, no, you tell me not to bring the man up here.
GJ, where's it? From Mount Sinai, Queen Goddess? Yeah. Up on Mount Sinai. Yeah. John, where's it? In catch the mountain people. I say if you ever catch any of them peeping around to see who is on top of the mountain. And that is why I believe it was a man. And I believe that the man that was on the mountain giving Moses instructions was Moses' father-in-law. Nobody can convince me otherwise. I believe. No, me I tell you, so this is what me believe. I believe the person who was up on top of the mountain was Moses' father-in-law. He was the one hiding up there. That is why he could have tell Moses if you don't make the people them peep or don't make the people them come. Because I'm sure the people would have been curious. If God is up there, I want to go see him. I want to see him. Of course, you expect people are going to be peeping. People are climb up in a tree, try to look up the mountain, try to sneak up there to see this person who is up on the mountain. Yeah. But I think the person was Moses' father-in-law. But because let me tell you why I think so. Do you all remember? Do y'all remember how? Oh, where's the Barry? Do you remember how Moses, according to the Bible, or Moses would stand up on the mountain from sun up to sundown every single day, and the people would come to him with all their problems. Oh, Barry goat come in a carrot field, come eat up my carrot them. What am I supposed to do? And Moses would tell them, you know, what the punishment is going to be for Barry's goat coming in our yard and what Barry have to go do for recompense that person. This person come and say, you know, say, wicked man sleep with my girlfriend, and Moses have to give them the instructions of what they were supposed to do for justice to be served. And he stood there from sun up till sundown. And if you all remember, it was his father-in-law. Now you tell me, if God was deciding that Moses was going to give these people instructions, one of the things that God would have put in place to say to Moses, say, Moses, you are going to need some lay preachers. You one can't do it. But God didn't do that. And me says so the Bible. So you tell me that God did not have that 20/20 hindsight to see that this old man Moses is not going to be able to stand up on Mount Sinai from sun up to way into the wee hours of the night, splitting justice amongst these thousands and thousands of people?
I know, stand up or sit down.
We don't know why I did up there though. But you would want to tell me that God could not see that this no make no sense? It took Moses' father-in-law, according to the Bible. He said to him, Moses, you can't do this, man. You're an old man. You're ripe with age. You can't do this. You can't sustain this. You have to distribute the work. You have to have, somebody in charge of 1,000 people. That'd be like the first parliament then. You understand? So somebody in charge of 1,000 people, then you have somebody in charge of 100, somebody in charge of a 50 and stuff like that. And then you now be the Supreme Court. So if those smaller courts can't resolve the issue, whatever it may be, then it comes up the chain of command and then it comes to you.
I am going.
Exactly. It comes to you and then you split justice. But you cannot stand up here so all day trying to split justice.
RM court to the Supreme.
Exactly. Where's Jeremy, out of curiosity, talk to me. He just provided consequence and guidance. What I mean, Queen Goddess? Help me out. Explain to me, because me kinda Missy Gil, me see your head. Gil, what's up?
Sis.
Oi.
Sis.
Oi.
But the bus, me whooping aloud. But I was the one who wrote it. It says that nobody can see God and still be alive.
That part
that's
too.
The reason why he didn't want to bring them up there, because he know that out of curiosity they would be trying to look.
Listen,
and that's the reason why
my thing is, God would have had my whole idea of God is that God is an invisible being. So if God is an invisible being, what were they going to see? It can't be, the two can't be true this time. Because it can't be that he is a physical man that they're going to look on. And if you look on him, you cannot stay alive. But Moses can look on him and still be alive. But he has the ability to be a spirit. But you know, one thing, spiritualize himself. That's how it goes. So that the people are not able to look at him.
Moses never looked at him. Every time Moses go meet him, Moses have to kneel down and hold him head down.
Listen, no God near upon a mountain. Alright? Have yourself a good day. Anna, bless up yourself. I hope everything works out well for you, my love. You have yourself a great day. Alright?
And then now after Moses, now it come to what name? Noah.
Alright, that's one of that story again. I could talk about that.
Yes.
I could talk about that. You want to go first?
Alright.
Talk to
me
me.
Know. The size of the ark, right? And when I do my calculation with you, every animal, pure animal on this earth, come up to 5,896,000.
What are different species animal?
Eh? Yes, pure sight. Oh, that can hold on an ark. And God locked the ark with the key and in taxing and the shit them.
All the poor giraffe. Imagine all the poor giraffe them.
All the elephant and lion them, all of them. But
I wonder what feed the animal there. I know I feel the animal there for nearly 1 whole year.
all the whale. Where the whale? The whale actually big like
The whale bigger than there.
The whale bigger than there.
But was there water in the ark to hold the whale? Because he said about John, the fall of the air and the fishing of the sea and the animal upon dry land.
Oh, yeah, but John so much.
Oh, yeah, I got John. John everything. Enjoy the fish them in the sea. Enjoy the fish them in the sea. Enjoy the bird them in the air. And enjoy the animal them upon dry land. That don't make no sense. So, right there, so because no matter how much water The more water for fish, the better. So you can't tell me say you the more water you put, the more you drown off the fish. That don't make no sense. That makes sense, don't know?
No. Because remember in some part of the earth have high altitude in the way water can't reach. Now the brother can't fly boat there.
Yes, no fish in the ark. Apparently not. Apparently not. But did say, where say there were baby fish. So there were baby fish. Listen. Just the fact that the book says is it's going to Jonah off all of the animal. Like, what did the poor animal do? All right. Say I'm going to accept that, okay, mankind was wicked and cruel and all of this, all the things that mankind were doing. Say I'm going to accept that. Now tell me, what did the birds do? What did the animals do? All right, and let's put it this way then. All right, I'm going to join off all human beings. We are so dependent on the animals. We know so that if I put certain cubic of water on the ground, that the animals are not going to survive. All right? The poor birds, the poor fish. Remember, I know you can't have too much water for fish. So what would be the point of him neutralizing all of the fish then? What exactly was the point? Until now, I don't get the point, what the point is. For the mere fact that if this was supposed to have been, you see how the baby animal, you say he only took baby animals into the ark? I say? Really?
Crocodile.
Really? A crocodile into up in the ark? Like, seriously?
Yeah, and I'm up some of them have some lion and all of them store the tiger.
Ah, they're sitting there.
I'll be awarded up on the
Apparently. And my thing is, don't get me wrong, people. Martin, listen to me carefully. Because my thing is, did God not know that after he drowned off the world, it was going to be a futile effort?
No.
He didn't know that?
It's true.
God no know nothing. God never know nothing yet.
You're right.
Like people are talking about God is all knowing, all present, nothing at all. He doesn't know. By the way, he's not even real. So if you know something not real, that's why we don't know people. Yeah, discuss what.
You're right. Because my thing is, would God not have known?
Morning, Trev. Good morning.
Good morning, Gills. Good morning. What's up?
Yeah. Well, you know, so look what
What's the topic today?
Just catch on, no, Gil. Just catch on, no.
When I look on it,
Catch on. I never hang on.
Just catch. Just hop on.
You know the fish them were down Brazil, the piranha, them.
Mm-hmm.
You imagine I'll go to catch all them and put some other fish in the
Then them have everything.
And them have everything.
I see what they call barracuda.
I know barracuda. Then I have the little one, the pariah. That's what they call it.
Piranha.
Whatever, something like that. That fish there.
Dangerous one.
Dangerous. Yeah, them eat anything quick style.
At that time, all they kept them, they never have protective clothing. They put them
Exactly. Exactly. There's just so much of that story that don't add up.
Before we even go there, so the type of wood will make the heart. You know, say, I go from Florida alone, you'll find a tree there.
Well, back then the tree was prevalent over where Noah was.
Back then the tree was only one land.
Yes. Noah used after like tree them that was on that side of the world.
No, they say I don't know when we got church, they usually say the flood caused the earth to divide. It was one piece of land. So.
Because even when we are reading the Bible, you hear them take boat and go to different places. So if the earth was one whole place, Why don't have to take boat go somewhere else?
Well, I know. All the three from leave from Florida go right out party there. What about Iran, Iraq, Syria? How shall I country
Me don't know, because that absolute that says the tree only growing in Florida, you can't accept that as a scientific truth, or you can reject it. Yeah. Even if you Google it. Because when I try use Google, when I there, so and I study the Bible, I try use Google, and I try use ChatGPT. ChatGPT is very sympathetic towards the Bible. So
that's cool because I'm American, respect.
Yeah, it's very sympathetic. So when you ask question like why God would I tell the man themselves to unalive all the men and take the girls who have not yet known man for themselves and them something, why God would I do that? It's very, the Bible is very simple. ChatGPT is very sympathetic towards those.
It's complicated.
Yeah, towards those questions. So so me not see them as good study guide. Because when you study the Bible, I want it to be as objective as possible. Forget all that you were taught and read what is on the page. Read the context of what it is saying. And if it say, God say, unalive everybody and take the little virgin them for yourself, that's what it says. Now try fix it up and pretty it up and say, oh, that's not what it means. It's just that the translation, the real meaning got lost in translation. No, it didn't get lost in translation. It is exactly what the Bible was saying.
Anyway, fiction is fiction. So the writers were very fictitious.
And they were very creative. You know?
I don't know. We are watching Mr. Trev something for.
Very creative mind. Where's Alex? Why Alex watch me? How old is Alex? You're devoted.
Alex, I'm 49 or 48. Alex.
Yeah, but you're there at work. Okay, welcome, Alex. Thank you so much. Yeah, and that is why I was saying. Hold on. And that is why I was saying that the God that they present to us in the Bible leaves me rather confused, because this God did not present himself with his ways. He came. He would have come and used the ways that were established by man, regardless of how flawed those ways are. He came and he was, all right, this is what I'm going to do. We're not going to unalive the man them and take all of the virgin them for yourself, and all the virgins and all the little kids. That sounds like something that an ordinary man with a warped mind would say. But to me, that not sound like something that a God would say. But we know that back then, their culture was that the older men, regardless of how old they were entitled to taking the little girls for themselves.
Pedify them.
Yeah, they were. That's how their culture was set up.
Pedophile culture.
So may I say, why wouldn't God have intervened from then? Why would it have to take modern day people to look at those situations and say, you know what, this can't be right. We can't have these grown men defiling these little babies. It cannot be. Why did it have to take modern people to create those laws? Because this disgusting behavior was coming down from tradition, from in the Bible, to say this is the way it was supposed to be.
God himself, that disgusting man.
God himself should have put a remedy to that long time ago. And trust and believe me, say, for someone who have read the Bible from the beginning to end, if I had seen where this God would have presented himself in a way that is pure and not manly, but rather a godly way, you would have me sold. You all would have had me sold. But you cannot have me sold with a God that presents himself like an ordinary man with lies and jealousy and cruelty and wickedness. No, I expected to find a God who is love and grace and peace and coming up with the best solutions for the problems that mankind would have either created for themselves or would have fallen into by what nature created. That was what I went into the Bible to see, but I didn't.
God I'm creating suitive narrative, man.
Airborne, exactly. Airborne said, doesn't that tell you it was just humans who wrote it? Then exactly.
Suiting one narrative.
Yeah. These were just people in their minds thinking, oh yeah, this is what I think happened. I think. Yeah, it's like a story. People very creative and they come up with these stories. Oh, this is what I think happened. Oh, we are looking up into the sky. We are looking so far up.
And they think black people. They think black people and tell black people about that holy book of God, but God inspired them and God.
No, and people who continue to say the Bible was written by men inspired by God, they have not read the Bible.
You know the thing what puzzle me from me I go to school and me I do history. Alright, the slave trade, transshipment. Some ship them, some much in 100 ship them full of overload of slave people. And when they say the ship overload, the ship them are taking water. So them have to unload some of the cargo. Remember, say a human, you know, and you shot and put on stone and push them off.
And shoot them off, make them sink under the water.
And they make like see and tell me, you know, God just sit down and look on it and say, it have to happen. Then on my way, like, hey.
Then look at all the wickedness in the Bible. So if it was supposed to be a God somewhere, why would he have sat down? I don't even have to ask why would a God sit down and cause all this mayhem and destruction to go on in society from the beginning of time. I wouldn't even have to ask that. I would just need to look at why would this God make Satan? That's I would look no further.
Over 2,000 years, God
look, right. He made Satan. Satan is supposed to be, some people say, oh, it was because Satan started to rebel in heaven. That's why God had to kill him. Did God not know when he was creating Satan, with the characteristics that he was creating Satan with, that Satan was going to rebel against him? Remember, God knows everything. God sees everything before it happens. So would he not have known? So I'm going to say, no, something, may I create that 1 year and that 1 year of cost, so I'm not about to create him. He should have known. And somebody said, why didn't God write the Bible? That's my question. If there was a God and he was walking on earth and Moses could see him and all these other people could, could see him, discern him, whatever the case may be, then he should have written the Bible so that mankind is not confused. But it is clear to me that this God relishes in confusion and hatred and cruelty and all these things. Because look at all that poor Satan got to take the blame for. Look at all that's being done. Everybody say, oh, I see Satan do it. But the same Bible said God is responsible for make good and evil. He makes all things. He makes all things good or evil. So he made it how he wanted it. He wanted to have people who are going to teach people things. He wanted to have people who are going to unalive people. This is how he wanted the world to be. Because no matter how much prayers across America, prayers across Jamaica, and you pray, and you pray, and you pray, and you pray, as soon as you come off of your knees, somebody kills somebody.
Why not even that too?
Yeah, it's not going to stop.
It's not going to stop because you have the one thing with our David. You know, so David got there with the man.
Exactly. And what's your name? So why don't get rid of Satan? My point exactly. He loves the antagonism. He loves the confusion, the back and forth. He loves it. Because if he does not have this back and forth and this antagonistic energy, then he will become irrelevant. And he loves when people come and pray all day, be on your knees unceasingly, praying and caressing his ego and pray some more, caress his ego some more. Yes, if he did not have Satan antagonizing us, we wouldn't have it up and we need to pray to him every day.
God love notice and love recognition.
Exactly. You wouldn't have to be on your knee because there would be no temptation. There would be nothing called sin. You wouldn't have to worry about looking at Mr. Mention and have your little heart go put it up. Boop. You wouldn't have to be accused of lusting. You understand? Satan was created primarily for this purpose. And Satan is serving his purpose.
But even though I tell him, sir, Jesus...
And he now get rid of Satan.
And he get rid of himself.
Exactly. I tell them it's the same energy. The same energy that we all say, oh, it's good and this is good and this is God, and the next energy is Satan. It's the very same energy.
And Jesus will take all the people and donkey. Tell the man, will come on down.
And Jesus jump on the people. Jesus a bad boy.
Trev, can you hear me?
No, me I hear you. Me I hear you.
Okay, I just want to say one thing.
Sure.
You know, if you took hell out of the equation, hell completely out of the equation, we wouldn't even bother with the Bible. You know that.
Yeah.
Everybody is so afraid of going to hell.
It is the fear that is keeping them bound to this stupidity.
This is why we get so deep into the Bible and believe all these allegories,
nonsense,
these fables, these stories.
And people are listening to these stories, and instead of treating them like the parables that they are, and like a lesson, people are telling, oh, real, oh, donkey
they
talk.
They pick and choose what to believe.
Donkey talk and throw them
and snake talk and
all this crap.
Stupidity. It's so
nonsense.
Stupid. But as I said, it's a fear of going to hell.
It's the fear. And even so, I wonder how they plan to escape this hell. Because it says you have to pray without ceasing, you have to caress God's ego all day long. Me not see nobody I pray to God 24/7. I tell God how nice and beautiful and say.
I know where I am going, where I requested to go. I told my children, cremate me, do whatever you want to do with my ashes, and that's it. That's where I'm going. I've never seen anybody go and come back and say, hell is not good or heaven.
Go over heaven or me go over. Nobody not gone away.
Okay.
Over there and
so
come
listen,
back.
We won't be the one to go and come back and say it.
Trev, why you explain to me about the rapture? What happened?
You can drop me, hon. I'm Ubering. You can drop me.
Oh, okay, baby. Me no know. You know, the Bible say you hear several different versions. How is that? Errol Cameron Taylor. Hello, Errol. You say, I know in Revelation it talks about the 144 people who are already saved. 144,000 people who are already saved. Me not know. It talks about 144,000 people are already saved. And when I read that, I kept saying, if 144 people are already saved, what the rest of people them I work towards? That's my thing. What are they working towards if the 144,000 people who are supposed to be saved are already saved?
Well, not even that too. When I talk to my uncle, I tell me, so the sky I go open up. I have say, they'll come out and blow one trumpet. And then I say, Jesus our God, I ride out on one white horse. With my hand.
What nonsense.
You know what I said to him, said, God have a right come down, I have a stop right at my foot. I look down from him, I look on him and said, you really want to boost the wall, you know?
Mirror. Oh my gosh. I don't know, people still don't believe them something, yeah. And I don't know about fear, you know. I don't know not talk about fear. People are so afraid. People feel as though if they question, listen, the people who put this Bible together, there are some smart people. Because they know to get maximum effect, to get all these people to follow, they have to insert a fear factor. They have to tell you that something is going to happen if you don't believe. If you do not follow this. And they have to make it so scary. Imagine being burnt in fire. Burn the fire pretty something now. Remember the other man when I cook the porridge and the porridge burn me? I say I know the porridge give me one scarf on my hand so. So imagine if I just look caramel porridge burn me so. Imagine in a God fire. And they say, don't ask any question. Because they know, of course, the human's mind is going to ask questions because you're going to think, how am I going to achieve this feat? How am I going to? I told you about me in my 11-year-old mind when they catch me and baptize me. I was like, how am I going to achieve this? Because the first thing you tell me, I'm born in sin, I'm shaped in iniquity. I sin and I know not that I sin. I must not cease praying. I must stay on my knees and pray and pray and pray and pray and pray. And I'm going to be sinning and I'm not even going to know that I sin. And my question to my mom at 11 years old, at what point am I going to be good enough to get to heaven? At what point? If I'm born a sinner shaping in iniquity, I'm always a sinner, I don't know it. And that was when I told her, you know, after I baptized, I just wish after I baptized, I could just die. In my 11-year-old mind, that would have been the only time in my 11-year-old mind that I would have been pure enough to go to this heaven.
You're the pure then, because you're 11-year-old.
Yes, I was pure.
Yes.
At 11, so what?
Yeah, you could have got heaven for somebody.
Brother, me that bex if me the guy was so early, brother.
What do you want me to know? You see people don't write the Bible. They never know some people that get so brilliant after.
They never knew. Exactly. They thought they could always keep people from exploring knowledge.
Definitely.
Yes, they thought they were always going to have the handle. Yeah.
Because look at it now. Remember, then so God created the earth and the heaven. So God have to be somewhere. So God sit down lonely, him alone, no woman. And that's why he come fornicate and all of them something that with some people, woman, all and something like get jacket and then something.
Listen, this whole thing needs to be studied in depth because it can't be real, and it can't be that there are so many people, educated people who are supposed to be smart, who refuse to sit down and evaluate this thing and conclude that it's absolute nonsense.
You know what Alex said? You've been saying the same thing and timeless and all of them. So God is an imaginary friend.
Of course it is. That is, yes, because I believe
it's not real, so can you not even imaginary, it's not a flipping real thing.
I believe that from the beginning of time, mankind have been curious about how we got here, what is our purpose here, and out of that curiosity has been born all of these allegory, all of this story, all of this, because you see so many people coming up with their own version. And I think that among these people, among these characters in the Bible, they came up with their own ideology about how God is and how we got here, and decided that there got to be an energy, an entity that is responsible for us coming here. And so they determined that that entity deserves some praise. And as time went on, they tried to put together the praise that they believed this entity deserved. And this is how we end up getting here. Because you see how they've had to revisit all their thoughts. They've had to go back and revisit and change. They decide, okay, well, the world wicked. Okay, we never did plan for this. All right, we are going to say this energy destroy the earth. But you see, they had to also put in there the human qualities. Because without the human qualities in this story wouldn't really take off so well. So they have to put it as though they have to personify this imaginary creature to say, well, this is what he's thinking and this is what he will do. Everyone wants to go to heaven, nobody wants to die. That is true. And then when you die, they say you're in a better place, but they don't want to go there.
You know what this thing I remind me. You have this little rebellious crew spitting in your yard. And you tell her, say, don't do this. And I just turn the back, she do it. And you put up this, she take it down and dash it away. I just saw the Bible right. Curiosity and rebellious.
Yeah, because it not consistent with what is supposed to be truth. And I say all the time, truth is absolute. My granny used to say the truth no want no catch stick. That used to be my granny word. The truth no want no catch stick. And trust me, if the Bible did have truth in it, we would have so many denominations under the umbrella of Christianity. Then truth no have no truth. It need catch sticks or no truth. Is that truth? And moreover, truth does not have variations. Truth don't have variations.
It has to be truth.
Yes, it is just one thing. The truth is just the truth. This is a glass, yes, this is a glass. If you want to call this glass something else in a different language, but it is going to still be a glass. Still remain a glass. The truth don't have variations. You have 50,000 denominations claiming Christianity, but yet still, all of them have their own little tweak to the textbook. Why? Yeah, why would they have their own little tweak to the textbook? And yet still, they all believe in the same punishment and the same reward. It cannot be that the student who goes to school, you are supposed to do six credits to graduate, and yet this student decide that I'm only going to do 4, and yet still this person is going to be the valedictorian just like the person who did the 6. It can't go so. It cannot go like that.
You just come like even look at it now. None of them are no logic thing.
Can this say, but do you read the Bible?
But when I know, Trev, or if you take 5 fishes and 2 loaves.
I think somebody here just a chat because me have mouth, yet me a chat for style. And I chat for style, you know. And the book me read. And I make up anything, you know, my friend. It's what I read straight out of the book. I don't make up anything. It is straight out of the Bible. I read it. I read all these things. Anything where you hear me say. So nobody come ask me if me read Bible.
So,
which part I me dislike? The Wallites.
Come on, make a claim then.
The Wallites. Me dislike. The Wallites, cause.
Invite them up, man.
I will Gil gone.
Invite her up.
English.
Shall I come? Let me come?
I don't know.
Alright. Look at it now.
Talk to me.
2 loaves of bread and 5 fishes to feed 5,000 people. Would that work?
Let me tell you something. You see the guy that we talk about the Bible, the guy that did real, got that come long because I'm on that church in Jamaica.
And you're supposed to postpone the grind.
God would have come. Yes. God would have even come before me, born.
Long time he would have come.
When they talk about our people are pray to, that they got in the real, that they got just an imagination.
Yes, there is no coming up, nobody coming out on the sky.
These are God.
And a fire go come burn up everybody.
But not the creator, what they might tell about not the Bible, and that the creator that me believe in I pray to, what they might talk about not the Bible. There's nothing like that. That the creator
don't matter about it's a white people thing.
The Bible is
So
not just a read, it's actions and real power. Real power, what say? Kill off a whole tribe, but take the little virgin them for yourself.
Who is that? Your dad and your mother and father?
The creator who create.
Who is your mother and father?
Here are saying produce manna from
No, that
heaven.
would be a supreme being. That would be a supreme being like my father have me and me have me get my kids and
Errol,
kids.
alright.
This goes on.
He create manna from heaven. Yeah, him create manna from heaven. Go on out in a one jungle. Go stay. Go on out in a one jungle and communicate with us and tell us what you eat out there. Alright? And tell me when something fall down from heaven, come for you eat. Tell me. What can this be? I have to be mindful. Mindful of what, my love?
That's what I want to ask her.
Mindful, I have to be mindful of what?
Come up and make a claim. You're making a claim. Come up and defend your claim. Come up and defend your claim.
Listen, I don't have to be mindful of nothing.
Coming up.
Well, let me put people in the background and say, oh, this text
Alright.
me.
Good morning, y'all. Yeah,
Good
welcome.
morning.
Welcome. How y'all feeling?
We good.
Okay, I'm fine.
What's your contribution to the conversation?
There's people who've misused the words of God over time.
Where's the word of God?
And those people will be dealt with sooner or later. But we say, preach the word, and if necessary, take actions, and if necessary, use words. The Bible is an action thing, you know. It doesn't belong to any race, to any man. It belongs to the people who want to take actions. So let's say this. Let's take away the Bible for a minute.
The first claim you make is the wrong.
Hold up, let me finish the man.
The Bible don't belong to no.
Let me finish the man. Alright. I don't know how much sense. It seems if we can pick some sense out of my chest. Alright. So I'm from a small village in Guyana named Buxton, right? Alright, and look at this. We don't go around talking about the Bible. We work together to build our villages. We work together to farm and do what we need to do. Yet, some people say they don't believe in the Bible, they don't believe in God, and they can't work together to build nothing. So what do you believe in then? Take the Bible away from the Caribbean islands and from the African nations. What can we work to build if we're not so interested in the topic?
But they ain't building nothing with the Bible anyway.
But what I'm
So
saying
maybe if
is
they take it away, they will start seeing their true potentials and start building something, rather than claiming, rather than romanticizing poverty and claiming that, oh, me don't need nothing down here, so my father is building riches for me up in heaven. What about that?
All right, I'm saying to you, right? Fine, drop the subject, leave it alone, right? I know men who say, scholars who say they don't believe, black scholars. So I asked them this question then. How come you cannot meet with your people once a week, twice a month, to talk about economic development? If you don't believe, do you believe in building then? Because if you don't believe, don't talk about it, right? But if you
don't believe, you can't talk about it.
Now you have a focus, because think about it, right? The Caucasians don't talk about it. They focus on building.
That's their business. We are building and we are still talking about it. This is something that we have been impregnated with since birth.
All of us are here.
Yeah, since birth. They have impregnated our minds with this Bible thing. So it has become a part of us. So when you are deconstructing, you can't just say, oh, I'm just not going to talk about it. You have to talk about it, because in our minds, we are still questioning, like, what is this? What is this? Before we come to the final conclusion. Like, you know, so them they trick me, this is a bunch of nonsense. How are we going to get to that conclusion if we don't question what we have been given?
So where y'all from, if you don't mind me asking? Where y'all from, if you don't mind me asking?
Where Jamaican?
So would you not say that the CARICOM have an action plan on how we must proceed in building our nation?
From Africa. We are African nation.
I'll stick up in 1 minute. How can we build? Look what happened in Jamaica and even your country, Guyana. Because on the subject, on the stuff to the white man in the north. What will do to the poor Cuban? Will ask them to leave on the country. Because
it's not about religion.
Shut up, man. Let me talk. Let me talk. It's about what the white man dictate to you. What's supposed to be done. He dictate to you, tell you, these countries communists, you should deal with them. What communists has to do? Have Jamaica done the same thing? Because they want to sit at the table, not to make decision. They want to sit at the table so they can eat up the crumbs of the table. That's what they want. So don't
but
put me on top.
Hold on. Let me say something where that is concerned. Since you touch on that, wicked man, let me say something that is concerned. You see the times that we are living in. We see the times that we are living in. Same like in olden times when there were bitter kings who came up, and the actions of these bitter kings caused maximum suffering amongst mankind. We are in an era like that right now. So now when they are holding this whip over the Caribbean countries to say get rid of the Cubans who are helping us, our prime ministers, I don't think they don't really want to get rid of the Cubans who are, because we know the benefit that we have had from the Cubans. But look at it. They have to take an altruistic stand.
Of course.
If they stand up and say, you know what? Well, left the Cuban them alone and everything. Can you imagine how wicked king is going to let them pay dearly? Now the whole island, the whole country is going to suffer. Those who are sick, those who are not sick, everybody is going to suffer. Internet tear down, no tourism, people lose their job. Exactly. Right. So yes, so the doctor, Mr. the doctor. So the prime ministers have to make a decision. And I know that what they are waiting on now, everybody sit down with them calendar, with how many days on the calendar, then just swipe it up day after day for when this will all be over. Them just swipe it off day after day. I know.
Say no, sister. Say no.
Say what?
If you believe in something, you say no.
Say
no.
no.
One can't fight a whole army, brother.
Exactly.
We don't want it.
Somebody can't fight one whole army. And sometimes you have to be at all times you have to be strategic.
But let me ask you. What
Exactly, Errol. Exactly.
But let me ask you something. As a woman, right? What position do you want the men to take in your community when it comes to strength? What position?
What are you saying to me?
Do you want them to take every position, or there's a time to say no? That's not what we want.
Nobody have them one mind.
They have to make decision. Listen, the Prime Minister of Ghana, the Prime Minister of Jamaica, and whichever other Caribbean country made a decision to say the Cubans go. They had to make a decision for the entire country, not just for the people who are sick and depending on the healthcare providers. You understand? So they had to be strategic.
Sir, you know who Cuba alliance with?
Cuba has been grateful to my country in Jamaica.
Of course, they have been great.
When I ask you, man, you know that Cuba alliance with Russia?
Yes, and China, I know.
All right. You know
And
what?
Venezuela.
You know what Russia doing with all them country? Right about now.
Max, the guy your bed.
People in Russia are freezed to death over hungry. And all sort of store in Russia, and Russia one of the main countries where produce natural gas.
Okay.
You know that? So you want to take alliance to people with them communist law and make we suffer?
So in Guyana, there's people who said no, and I am one of them.
Yeah, you're going to find that people are going to Jamaica are going to say no, and people are going to say yes.
Exactly.
What I'm saying to you that country like Belarus and Russia where they have the rulers and with iron fist, that are one of the country them with Cuba, arms and gloves.
It's like politics. It's like politics. One side I go say yes, one side I go say no.
Always.
Find y'all to be indecisive.
Always.
All right.
Good morning, Labby.
I would like to address my brother from, I think this is from Guyana, he says.
Yeah. No, yeah.
And I'm going to ask my brother if he's aware that the arrangement with Guyana, the Cuban arrangement with Guyana is different from the arrangement with Jamaica. Are you aware of that, my brother?
Must not be different.
Oh, Lord God. My brother, I'm asking if you're aware that the details of the agreements are different.
It must not been different. Guyana run CARICOM.
Okay. What?
Guyana is the headquarters of CARICOM.
Yeah, but it is not chairing CARICOM.
And as of right now, you might as well say Guyana is the food basket.
No. The leadership of CARICOM rotates every year. Don't come here with that. Okay,
Guyana
we're not trying to separate the Caribbean. We are not trying. Even if the headquarters is there, Guyana doesn't decide what CARICOM does. It's a team. It's a team
You
effort.
must
So
not
don't.
understand my country because we buy all of y'all.
What is he saying?
Okay, I see where you're heading. I don't think that you're here for a discussion.
Bring him
But
down.
let me just say, for those who are listening, for those who are listening and in the chat and want to
So bring
understand.
me down all you want to. Y'all are indecisive.
I'm not trying to bring you down, brother. I'm not bringing you down, brother. You're the one who don't want to have a conversation because the Jamaican government is just simply saying to the Cuban government, we have two conditions that you need to change. That's two. Just as how Barbados is able to get the change and Guyana has gotten the change, Jamaica is saying we want those two things to be changed. One, the people coming here must be in possession of their passport.
Hey, your mother, Scott. Shut your mouth. You're very disrespectful. Very fun.
Let's move right along.
We don't talk like that. We don't disrespect each other because we're all the same people.
Let's finish explaining.
We're talking.
I learned from
We're talking.
Me Makuli. That's the answer.
Yeah, probably. So, and because he always talking as if Guyana is the head of the Caribbean, that kind of talk tells you exactly what lies at the problem. Why from 1962, where the Federation failed, and even today, CARICOM is not what we objected to be. This is why, because these are the mindset that occupy the Caribbean sometimes, and they think that because Guyana have oil and they are doing well, then they should have all the talk. It's all about the might is right, and it is the same concept of the Bible where divine command, because God is mighty, he can do whatever he wants to do, that his people can go into lands and enslave people. All the religions that subscribe to the Bible have a history of enslaving other people. The Arabs who are Muslims, the Jews, the Christians, they all have participated in enslaving other people. And all I'm trying to explain to the brother is that our Prime Minister has to make decisions that is in the best interest of Jamaica.
Of the whole country.
Right? The United States is not afraid of anybody. If anybody needs to be reminded, they can bring Jamaica down to its knees.
Exactly.
And they can do the same thing with Guyana. So while he come here professing as if somehow they have a bigger chest than anybody else, he's just trying to show off and to look down on the rest of the Caribbean.
We can buy you all. We should
all be ashamed. First of all, we should be grateful to Cuba for all the help that we have gotten from them over the years. I personally did not know that when Cubans come to Jamaica, they did not get paid directly and they did not have their passport. I didn't know. And the minute that I found out, I said in my video I posted on my TikTok that both the Jamaica Labour Party and the People's National Party should be a damn shame that they have participated in this for 50 years. Because, just as how Guyana has been able to pay the Cubans directly, why can't Jamaica be allowed to do the same? What is the problem? It is not Jamaica that end the program. It is Cuba because they refuse to change their policies.
But on the passport part I can understand. But what would it pay? Because I'm in Britain, and if I'm trained by an agency, right? The agency trained me and they got job for me.
I was begging for the SQ, but exactly 876. All right, go and talk with it, man.
So when I work with the agency and the company that want my service, the company negotiation, and they sell the service to the company, right? The company, you take a percentage of the pay, and I get a percentage of it. That's how it hack. Remember, Cuba trained these people. They're the ones.
It's not the same, brother.
Excuse me?
It's not the same. You go into an agreement with work agencies. I'm familiar with that. It's common, whether it is UK or in Canada.
Yes, but we're saying
it's different.
No, you're not saying. We're saying that. Remember, Cuba is the one who trained these people, right? They're selling a service. Cuba says, I'm providing doctors. I'm providing doctors, medical people for you, right? Maybe the passport thing, and I'm taking account because I train them. I'm providing a service for these countries, right? And so I'm negotiating. It's not the people that are negotiating. I'm the one who negotiating. It's not like when Britain come to Jamaica and recruiting teachers, and they have an agency, and teachers sign up for it. They're selling their service, and I understand, and that's the way Cuba is coming from. I train these people. I am selling a service to Jamaica and other Caribbean countries, and I am the agent here. I am the agent. I am providing the service for you, so you have to pay me. You can't pay them.
What's the percentage that the workers get? Do you know?
I don't know. I don't know.
Okay.
I don't know.
But the government keep up to... Listen, I understand all that you're saying. But what I am saying to you is that, in the first place, we should not have had that type of agreement. Because...
Why not?
Listen now. We have signed on to international labor laws. That's what I'm trying to explain to you. So once we have signed on to international labor laws, we have to operate within the confines of that. And I'm saying to you that despite what you have said, which you've made some valid points, I'm saying that just as how Barbados is paying the Cubans directly, didn't I say that? And that's a fact. It's not a lie. I'm saying that just as how Barbados pay them directly, Jamaica is saying we want to pay them directly because if we don't do that, we are infringing on the international labor laws.
I'm sorry.
That we subscribe to.
Levy. But I think Barbados does not recruit Cuban soldiers, if I'm not lying. Do they?
I'm not talking about soldiers. I'm talking about workers, nurses and doctors.
No, but I don't think Barbados recruit them.
Yes, they do. Barbados do.
All right. So you know more than me.
I never said they don't. I say I don't think because I remember when the Prime Minister, she said she stand by Cuba, but she although she does not
although our country does not have any Cuban doctors. I heard her say that. I heard her say it. She said, I do not have any Cuban personnel workers here, but I stand by Cuba. I heard her say it.
All right.
Let me tell you something if you never know. In my community, you'd have several Cuban teachers and doctors. And one of the teachers then come to the barber shop and we start to reason. You know what that man said? Every pay when get have to go through the go back to the Cuban government. And them take what they want and give you what you want. And if them use what them if them take money and buy stuff out there like tea, fridge and all of them, some of the Cuban government take it from them.
How they do that?
When they come back to the country.
Paul,
yeah.
Paul, you're correct. And just for the record, Barbados, the Prime Minister of Barbados used the words by saying, I pay the Cuban doctors the same I pay my own doctors. So those who want to disagree that Barbados have those people, you can live in the lies and the misinformation that you have. But the Prime Minister, I heard it from her mouth myself during the campaign last election. She said she paid them the same amount of money. And I'm saying that if they can do it, and Jamaica is requesting, why is Jamaican government being dismissed and being despised and being excoriated by people? Because for what? It's not like we're not trying to victimize the government or anything. We're just saying that let us be in compliance with international labor laws. Let us be able to pay them directly. If the government of Cuba wants to say to those people that when you get it directly, you must pass it to us, then it is out of our hands. What is so unreasonable about that?
That's true, because even the man said to be said, alright, when I go back to Cuba, them have to tell people, the government say, people donate the stove and the fridge and the stuff them to them. If they tell them, say, I donate, they'll buy them, then take it from them.
Then take it away. As a matter of fact, the only money that the Cubans get directly is when they work overtime. And if they work overtime, only 50% of that get to them directly in Jamaica.
Alright, the man said to me, say, the Jamaican government give them give them stipend before them get some other money, and the stipend where they use, where they use it and buy other things in Jamaica where they need back at Cuba.
Yes.
Alright, the man said right now, in rather stay at Jamaica more than go back to Cuba.
Oh, really?
Can I say something?
All right. Oh, 876. Sorry. You've been there a little bit. I'm sorry. Your turn.
Okay. Anybody who do understand what human trafficking is would understand that what Jamaica and other countries, the agreement that we had signed with Cuba, I think 1976, is the hallmark of human trafficking. And if you don't understand what human trafficking is, then let's just look at slavery. We all understand what slavery is, right? And slavery is...
Is it a liberate platform?
Repeat.
I said what you heard what I said.
Relax yourself. No, we can make us see what we can learn now. Relax, no man.
Okay, all right. So what
we enjoy the platform
is having another man work and another man getting the pay.
Mm-hmm.
Jamaica sent out workers to America and the Caribbean and Canada, and we have never collected pay on behalf of our workers who we send out. So I don't see why we can't understand that we can't pay a state for the labor of an individual, and that is just humanity. Every man deserves his pay, right? This has been happening from 50 years. I think we should be ashamed as a nation, not as a government, but as a nation.
Exactly, brother. My sentiments.
That we have allowed people to work regardless of the care. My mother got assistance My aunt got eye care assistance from the Cubans. And while I am glad that they received their side, I am ashamed as a Jamaican that we have allowed people to work as descendants of slaves, that we have allowed people to work without being paid. We owe these doctors, not the government of Cuba, but we Jamaicans, we owe them, because guess what? We have contributed to slavery. We are the descendants of slaves, and at the minute we found out, it should have been discontinued. And that's what I have to say.
Okay. All right, we appreciate Chris's contribution. Oh, no, not in name, Chris.
We could also, if we could follow the argument of very wicked, we could also justify the slavery, because the white Europeans went to Africa, spend their money building ships, spend their money buying slaves, so they had the right to do any damn thing they want to do with them. Isn't that a logical conclusion?
Yes, that is.
You see, there's a difference, there's a difference between disagreeing with the arrangement, right? And not being grateful for the service.
Mm-hmm.
We have always been grateful for the service, for what we do. But a lot of us didn't even know what the detail of the arrangement was. We didn't know. I didn't know. And the minute that I know, I came out and I said, both the PNP and the JLP should be ashamed of themselves to have participated in this up to this point. I can understand when it started under the Michael Manley, because Michael Manley was proposing democratic socialism. That is his ideology, but it should not have been allowed to continue.
I'm not a PMP, I'm a Jamaican. I choose Jamaica.
Just like that.
And we must do what is in Jamaica's
Jamaica's best interest, right?
Interest is that we should treat people who work for us, we should treat people who service us just as if they were Jamaicans. Especially, as the brother made the point earlier on, especially since we have a history of people taking advantage of our ancestors.
Then we should know
still
what it's
doing
like.
it today.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. I agree. Dan, what's up? I see you. I see you in the background.
The Guyanese arrangement is also different. I don't know why Cuba insists in not changing the arrangement with Jamaica. I just don't get it. Because Barbados pay the Cuban doctors the same amount of money that they pay their own doctors.
Mm-hmm.
I need to look further into certain things about the Barbados arrangement. But
the reason why they don't want to change it, they get more money from Jamaica government more than
yes,
true.
Yeah.
True. So it have a bit create a dent, serious dent, if they ever make the people them collecting one money.
I've heard the story of persons saying that Jamaica should stand up, and we shouldn't be on our knees and stand up to the US and all of that.
Oh, look at Jamaica if we stand up to US. Look how dependent we are on the US. If we try to stand up to the US, when our master put in foot power we neck, how dead we dead.
What happened the last time we tried it?
Ask them, Lavi. Ask them.
The last time we tried to stand up, in the 70s, Jamaica was brought to its knees. The same leader who said, we want, as a people, we don't want to walk through the world on our knees, but on our feet. The same leader was brought to his knees.
We were on our knees.
He bowed, and he changed his heart, because when he came back in 1989 as Prime Minister, he took off his bush jacket and put on a jacket and suit like he's a nice white boy. So let us not, and a good capitalist.
You're coming here with political, right? Because is your propaganda cause is your propaganda. Is your propaganda cause
relax, wicked man.
Cause Jamaica to be like this. Your propaganda is your propaganda.
Wicked man, chill.
Is your propaganda
chill now, my friend.
The propaganda says Jamaica will become communist. That's from Santiago, the next white man. You go talk about white man, let's talk about the white man who fucked up Jamaica too. Both of them fucked up Jamaica.
Jamaica.
All right. Let me just say something.
Wicked man, chill. Chill.
Hold on. There are certain topics. There are certain topics.
Hold on. Let me hear what farmer say now. Chill now, Gil. Time out, my friend. Yeah. Let me hear what farmer say now, Gil.
There are certain topics that I will approach from a political point of view, and there are certain topics that I won't. And when it comes on to facts, what Lavi has said.
Of course, I know it's factual. Yeah.
It's
of course, you're going to say factual. Of course. We're still going to fucked up Jamaica.
Wicked, chill.
Lavi has said.
Chill.
Lavi has said. It's straight facts. I wasn't born in the 70s, but I did a lot of research on what happened in the 70s. And Manly.
I have to leave. I'm not going to sit here and let people spread propaganda and lies because of
you're getting their feelings over politics. All right.
But it's because
listen, wicked. Listen. When we are talking over here, we're not arguing, we're not cussing at anybody. That's not what we do over here. No, we can't get in our feelings over who did what.
Is it the one who bought 20 million US from?
Time up. Wicked man, you're too passionate about your politics right now. You know what?
Who borrowed 20 million from the citizens?
All right.
I forget to pay.
Was it PJ who was caught in the Iranian sugar deal and said I shall return when Manley dismissed him from the cabinet?
So what's wrong with that?
My brother, there's a lot to go around when you talk like that.
Still thief the country. A man come from
Wicked, chill.
Only because he's white.
Sister Arlise, what's up? What are you doing?
I do nothing for Jamaica.
Rather than just saying we must.
PJ, practice is the worst way ever had.
And Siaga as the worst as a
Go away. Contributed more to Jamaica than PJ and Mandy put together. So go away. You know nothing about Jamaica.
But you don't know about Jamaica because you're labor right, so you're saying this.
Many of the institutions that you benefited from in Jamaica was put in by the Jamaica government. So what was that? You don't know shit about Jamaica.
What was that? What was it? Tell me what was it?
All the banks and institutions that you enjoy today were put in by Edward Siaga, and he was not even Prime Minister in the 60s. He was just a very busy, hard-working member of parliament. Get off. You can't argue with facts. If you want to argue facts, go research and come back and match facts to facts, and I will show you that Siaga is uniquely one of the leaders that has achieved more.
One at a time.
Of Jamaica. As an individual, you come here with
politics get them heated, you know. Politics get them
No one they call yourself wicked.
The fact that I was trying to make, and it cannot be disputed, is that Manley made a move in the 70s, right? He saw that he made a mistake, and he corrected his mistake. He went to Washington. He went to Washington in 1990, and you can go to the New York Times or anywhere else and read the transcript of the meeting, Manley's word, and you will see he said it.
I saw it myself.
Push at that time. He invited them to come to Jamaica.
Yes, exactly.
He invited them to come to Jamaica.
So come and invest in Jamaica.
We change.
Yes.
Man wanted what he called it, democratic socialism, and he dropped that. Right?
Become a capitalist.
Exactly. So whatever wicked man want to say, the facts.
A wicked liar.
Need facts. And anything that I am saying, I can point him to sources that can prove it. So when people say Jamaica must stand up to the US, we tried it, we failed.
I can't see Jamaica standing up to the US and winning.
Miserably. And I tell you,
we can't even feed. We
can't feed yourself. How we have to stand up to the US? We can't.
no.
And that's why the Prime Minister quite rightfully said that his focus is for Jamaica to be economically independent.
Yes, realistically, we can't. We can't.
Economic independence is the fight we need to get involved in. Everything else can stay. Ideology, you can't name ideology. If your ideology is not in the interest of your country, your ideology is useless. That's why the PNP is incapable of running a capitalist economy, because they are still wedded to the distribution of wealth. Their own MP, Ronnie Tweets, said that the PNP has presided over the greatest transfer of wealth from the poor to the rich since the abolition of slavery. And I miss it so. Because he felt the wrath of it, because he was one of the victims of FinSAC, and that's why he said it. Don't come here, brother. You're crazy.
One thing a lot of people don't understand, is that we have seen President Trump wake up at night, in the middle of the night, go on Truth Social and say, hey, I'm putting in this
tariff.
Ruling into law or whatever. I don't want to call it. Right? No, the minute Jamaica refuse and him go up and him say, listen, all funds coming from the US to Jamaica, right? Which is 90% remittances
of top.
9% of GDP. And if you want, a dollar figure is 3.5 billion US dollar per year remittances. That is money, not America sending aid, but Jamaicans sending money to Jamaicans in our country. If him go and say, he might tax that or he might do or even block it, what should tomorrow morning?
40% of our economy is tied up with the US. We have to take the time. When your hand is in the lion mouth,
your hand in a lion mouth, you take time, draw it out. Exactly.
So when I hear these people talking, I'm just trying, people forget the politics. Because I can show my hand, right? Which party I support. But guess what? At some point, you have to say what's best
for the country.
Because my kids are here, and I decide to stay here. I have a lot of money tied up in Jamaica, right? So I have to talk what best for my country. A lot of these people talking don't know. Just ask them how much Jamaica budget come to. How much it take to work. They don't know.
Don't know shit.
They don't know. They just talk. Move their lips.
They just talk. And some of them who live outside Jamaica, they left Jamaica from 1980 and they have been back and they think that Jamaica is the same. And if they were to go back now, they wouldn't even know to find their way from the airport because Jamaica is not the same place they left.
No, only for transformation. One of the things where somebody tell me, and when I really look at it, I'm a view it. If I say, I never buy a petrol drum with Jamaica, you can imagine what would have faced with this gas crisis. And then now, in the 90s, somebody said, one sell petrol drum back to the English people. You imagine that?
We know the history of Jamaica. In the 1960s, the foundation of our country was laid. Man, they come in 1972, and he went on a spree of redistributing and all kind of nonsense, pretending as if he was original. When I go back and look at the 60s and the program that the JLP had in power, all Manley did was to expand them and claim them as his. And Siaga to rebuild Jamaica in the 1980s. When Manley came back in 1989, the dollar was $5.50. When the PNP left office, it was $70 and something. And they created a financial meltdown. Nothing that happened from outside. It was not an outside shock. They created a financial meltdown while the rest of the world was growing. When they liberalized the economy without the proper things in place. Siaga warned them. Siaga told them not to do what they were doing and not to do it in the way they were doing it, but phase things in. And they went ahead and look what they did. 44,000 registered business went under. And Golden and Bunting were made rich off the FinSAC debacle. And these are the guys who want to come and run our country. That's why they hate Andrew Holness. Because Andrew Holness, in his DNA, he understands the poor. He knows what it is like to walk to school, to take the bus to school. This little jackal over there, who is the leader of the opposition, has never ridden on a public bus unless he chose to. He doesn't know hardship. His great-grandfather was the second largest slave owner in Jamaica. He cannot hold the reins of our country. I would be damn ashamed of our people to vote in a man who is a descendant of the man who owned slaves in our country. Psychologically, that would tell us that we still don't trust our own. He's not more qualified than Andrew Holness. He's not even Andrew Holness' class. All he has going for him is his money. Look at his presentation in the parliament.
Chaka, yeah? Mighty God, I never see somebody chaka,
and you hear this man in parliament with this budget presentation, you would think that we have an election coming up. He was aggressive. He had disdain for the prime minister. He kept disrespecting the prime minister every chance he got. He was obviously campaigning for the leadership of his party because he has competition and he is going to have a problem going forward. That was all on his mind. He has never respected Jamaica. He does not respect our protocol. He does not respect our national colors. He eat in the parliament and dig out in jawbone. He don't care because he feel entitled as an Englishman. We can't vote such a man. What? No. This man is a problem.
You know what happened? I say, and as you touch the Mark Bowling, I've seen him criticize the policies of the government. But did you know that apart from during FinSAC days, Mark Bowling Company has never performed better?
Exactly.
They have never performed better. A company like Proven, who have received record profits, and you can go and check it out if I'm telling a lie. Apart from FinSAC, those companies, his company has never, and it's the policies of this government why Mark Bowling is surviving now.
It's true. They have never been more prosperous in their life than now.
Exactly.
And here talking about when he criticized the tax on the sugary drink, you know what this is all about? Has nothing to do with Jamaicans. You know why? His family runs a business that deals with these sugary drink, and this is what he's trying to defend. He's trying to protect them. That man, he doesn't have a selfless bone in his body. It's all about himself, has always been. Him and entrepreneurs them. That's why the world them hate Andrew Holness. Do you know that these people, even the Gleaner, that they are purging their archive of everything that talk bad about the PNP? Every record they have in the archive right now. They are scrubbing it. A lot of things you're trying to get in the Gleaner about the negative aspect of the PNP in government. They are scrubbing it. And the proof is there. I'm not the only one who's talking about it. They are conspiring against the government, a handful of them, because they don't like it. They're the elitists, the tapaнаris. He said it from his mouth, not me.
One of my family here, Mr. Malley, with 1988, when you have the evening time won't fire, and the interview when put up when it's on national TV. If you can't feed yourself, no make sense of living.
Blaze.
That's what I can want the man cruel comment. If you can't feed yourself, no make sense of live.
And so what about the man who is crippled?
You see, so we jump from Bible
as
down.
Nahum mentioned the media, I just want to show you guys something that I saw. I hear them talking about the St. Thomas, and as you all know, St. Thomas was a neglected parish. The one thing for St. Thomas was the Goodyear factory, right? And that Goodyear factory was built I think in the 60s. And in the 90s, it was closed down by you-know-who.
That's why we can't go sleep.
I went into IT because I wanted to
that's why we can't sleep.
They made promises, several promises over the years. And this present administration went and they took up the Goodyear factory and they built a modern center out of it. and I saw TVJ, you know, owned by the RJR group, did a feature on the center, and TVJ brought up footages of when saying the center is not complete, right? That center, you know, is not complete despite its opening and despite the government saying that a contract was made for 7 government agency, passport office, all of these entities going into the center. TVJ put out something, said that the center is not finished. And I'm going to tell you something. I went out to the center myself. I drove from Spanish Town to St. Thomas, and when I went in the center, it was buzzing with activity. TVJ show workman working, unfinished walls, delivery truck dumping dirt. Trust me, I have the videos. I went out there, the center is pristine. The garden was working, flowers, everything, and the St. Thomas people are enjoying it. And believe me, the next day, I think it was the same day, TVJ was doing an item on news on New York City and the snowstorm there. Did you know that TVJ went there live to do it, but they couldn't find the resources to go by St. Thomas, which is about not even half hour drive, because we have new road in St. Thomas now. So you can take 15 minutes to reach to St. Thomas, and they couldn't go there to give a live description of what is happening there.
They have to make up story.
Exactly. I find some old footage. I went to center, was just building. I have the videos. I went out there myself because I almost believe TVJ, KFC is up and running. People coming in left, right, and center, driving there. Everything is done. 7 government agencies are there trying to set up themselves. You know, when you rent a shop, you have to customize it to how you want it. The space is there, but you have to customize it, put in your door, your this, your that, to how you want. And that's what's going on there. So the media pushes a narrative, right? The media, despite TVJ being in financial trouble because Mark only promised them some tax write-off, you know, as a country, we need to do our research and we need to find out what is happening. We can't take media stories because we see what that's doing, not only to Jamaica, but to a wider cross-section of the world. You know? But trust me, the center in St. Thomas, it's doing quite well. It's beautiful and it's a modern center with all the amenities.
Are you from St. Thomas?
And I've got to take a trip when we go to Jamaica.
Yeah, it's over 6. You're from St. Thomas?
No, I am not, but I've visit there and I take the time out. And a Sunday afternoon, me and my wife, we just drive out. You know, so we visit St. Thomas just to see what the center look like.
One of the best so far in Jamaica. One of the best development.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
I haven't been out there.
Honestly, how it construct, design, everything.
Yeah, man, it's modern. It's modern and it gives an opportunity because back in the 80s, 70s, that the Goodyear factory employed over 400 people. And if you have 400 people in a small parish like St. Thomas losing jobs, you know, that's what caused a rundown at St. Thomas. And to have that there now, where it's people from St. Thomas that will be employed. Any business is going in the center, it's people from St. Thomas that will be employed. It have to be a good move and cannot be criticized. Because before then, if you know what that area was, it was a good pasture. Right? It was a good pasture. Nothing was there but old building and rotten down building. And to see what it is now, you cannot criticize it.
The thing about it, I understand, a lot of people not accept transformation and just believe in this black and white story and this black and white thing. Everywhere else in the world I move to upgrade, and you want to see one place, one system.
Never move.
Even your house, you pick them a grow up. You have to accept say yes, them grow up to adults, so there are a lot of transformation in being at the home. You have to accept it.
Yeah, just say something real quick.
You see this new generation.
Hello.
I can say something quick now.
Go ahead.
Yeah, I've been listening for a
Oh,
while.
Airborne, what's up? Queer.
Yeah,
How
I've
you
been listening
doing?
for a while in the comments, y'all, and I just want to say because I don't like to struggle and fight with people to get a word in and stuff. So I'm gonna say something, just get off. I understand the reality of America is this big, huge nation with a way bigger economy than Jamaica and a way bigger military than Jamaica and all that. I get that we're no match for them, so on and so forth. But I've been listening to us Jamaicans speak. This always just talking about how we have to bow down to America. I've been hearing that for decades, and I never hear us get to the point of talking about how we can change that, because we shouldn't be comfortable with just always bowing down to some other nation, especially a nation like America, because America does, the U.S. government does some terrible things around this world.
Well, not to cut you, Airborne, but I believe that was brought up earlier when Lavi said that's why the Prime Minister keeps talking about us being economically independent. That if we get to that stage of independence, then we won't have to depend on the US as much as we do. But as we stand right now, it's almost like they have the blade, we have the blade and they have the handle. So we could not withstand all these threats that they are throwing out. We could not withstand it if they start to drop the hammer on us because we don't comply with something that they want us to. You get what I'm saying?
Like I said, I understand the reality of it as it is right now, but it just gives me like this deep, profound
exactly, Errol.
hopelessness. When all we do is just talk about how, hey, we just gotta bow down. I wish there'd be more conversation about what we need to do to make ourselves stronger. And for me, it's about what I view as just like us unifying with other smaller states and building ourselves up as a collective, because I feel like how we arrived in Jamaica in the first place was because we were all broken up into these small little groups of people going up against these major powers in the world.
Well, the division among Africans was not created by anybody else. It was just exploited by other people. We were, even as you rightfully said, we were taken and put in a situation where it was hard for the unity to happen, because you were taking slaves from West Africa, for example, that was speaking different language because they were from different tribes. African countries did not exist as nations. They exist as tribes. And I would dare say that there are just a few of them today that exist as nations. They still exist as tribe. And when you exist as tribe, you do not have any national power. It's difficult for you to lift yourself out of what you're in. Look at Nigeria. Nigeria is one of the most populous of the African countries. But look how tribes have divided it. And as a result of that division, the power that it has, and could be, Nigeria could be the pearl around the neck of Caribbean countries. It could be, easily. Resource, education, and all of that. But it is not, because it is a tribal place. Now, I agree with you that probably we don't talk enough about solutions. But as I mentioned earlier on, you can't take on external forces unless you are in a position to take care of yourself.
Mm-hmm.
We are still fighting the fight of gaining economic independence. And until you're in that position, you have to walk the tightrope of geopolitics and be as diplomatic as you can until you're in a position to take an ideological position. So at this point, we have to do what is necessary to keep us in a place where we are creating the solution while everything is going on. We can't just become slave to ideology that doesn't serve us. You see, the Chinese have been so disciplined in what they have done. They have been preparing for the future, and they have not always been prosperous, but they have carefully navigated global politics. They have opened up their economy, although they are communists. They have opened up their economy on their own terms when they found it necessary, and now they are a global force to be reckoned with. We are just 3 million people still struggling. Every year we are like a ship in the ocean where we are always being attacked by some natural disaster. The amount of shocks that our island go through. Our island is one of the hardest islands to govern, and we don't talk enough about that. How volatile we are to external shocks. And until we are able to have a level of independence of our economy, we can feed ourselves. We can depend on what we grow at home. All that is, and manly talk about growing and eating what we own. Now those are great ideals, but how do you get there without having the greatest power in the world breathing down your neck and sabotaging you? You have to be. It's a diplomatic tightrope, my brother. And it's just the reality of the world. We can't run from the reality. I am not pleased in any way, shape, or form that we have to conform ourselves to what the United States want. I don't like it. I don't like it in my personal life. I don't like it in my national life. I don't like it. But the reality is the reality. I don't like going to my 9-to-5 job either. Until I can unplug myself from it, I have to go along and do what I have to do.
Like to say, I'm not talking about running away from the reality. I am actually talking about facing the reality, because I think if we don't figure this particular problem out,
what do you propose? What do you propose? How do you think we should go about it?
Hang on 1 second. If we don't figure this particular problem out, I think they're eventually going to come for us anyways, regardless of how much we try to do to, appease them and so on. They're eventually going to come. Now, like I said, I think that the answer for us is we've got to start like some sort of, I don't know if CARICOM is the thing, but like how you have a couple of different states in West Africa right now that's like basically trying to fight to kind of unify a few different countries and whatnot into one block.
Right. Yeah. Can I say something? Are you not through? Okay, finish. Sorry.
No, go ahead.
All right. This whole thing about Boeing came about with one particular thing. Why this whole Jamaica Boeing to the US came about. And on that matter, as it relates to the Cuban, forget US, right? As a Jamaican, I'm ashamed at the agreement we have with Cuba. Forget the US, forget about going to the US. This particular matter, it's about ethics, it's about fairness, it's about
human rights,
humanity, right? Cubans supposed to be paid. All humans supposed to be paid fairly for work done. If you don't do that, it's called slavery.
Yeah,
right?
that's
my take on it. So if you're speaking about this particular matter,
I'm not. I'm in agreement with you on that point. I'm not talking about that particular issue with Cuba and the payment of the people, and so I'm in complete 100% agreement with you on that. I'm talking about just, I've seen this thing of the conversations of bowing down to America, like when they went and did what they did recently with Villa had just finished helping us through Hurricane Melissa. They were one of the nations that helped. And as soon as the thing happened with them where Trump went in and just dropped some bombs on people and kidnapped the president and whatnot,
all of a sudden, like it became this thing about, well, you know, Venezuela's president ain't been too nice to the people and so on and so forth. But we didn't say that when they were giving us aid. We didn't refuse the aid on the grounds of, hey, you're a bad president. So you know, they keep on going for people, for countries and so on and so forth, and one by one, and we just keep turning our backs because America's too powerful. America's too powerful. That's going to catch up to us soon.
Well, you see, the thing is, we can't carry a butter knife to war, you know. All right, now if you look in Jamaica's hands, it seems like we got only a butter knife. We can't go to war with that.
I'm just saying we got to figure that out because it's going to catch up to us.
We'll figure it out is what we're going to have to do. I agree.
Going to the US is not a Jamaican thing. It's a world thing.
Mm-hmm.
Right? It's not a Jamaican thing.
Common sense.
I don't even think Jamaica go to the US. You know, we just exist in the world space. But going to Jamaica cannot stop the world from going to the US. Right? It have to be the world being mature and becoming independent. We have to face it. The world have depended on America so much that America has now have a wicked stepmother in her midst now, that they're just they're abusing the world and not just Jamaica. So when I hear people saying that, oh, Jamaica must step, it has to be a world effort. You know, what America has done to Jamaica is very minute to what it has done to the entire world. You know, so it has to be a world effort, and we can't just look on Jamaica and say, "Oh, you need to step up." Or Jamaica will just be a casualty, as many others.
I didn't say that this was a Jamaican thing, bowing down to America. That's not my argument at all, and I'm not saying that it's all on Jamaica. But I'm Jamaican, and I'm amongst Jamaicans, and we're talking about Jamaica. That's all that this is. Like I said, it's just a thing that I just Cuba or whatever. It's not Venezuela alone. I remember back in 2004 when the U.S. went in and took out Aristide, kidnapped him, and he did a coup. Jamaica took Aristide in, and then America started threatening Jamaica. So. I just feel like it's just something we got to figure out, not just we Jamaicans, but us along with other nations in the world, so that, because I'm telling you, it's going to catch up with us pretty soon.
I hope you were here long enough to hear a Guyanese brother.
Was here.
You heard him, right?
Yeah.
And this is the same Guyana that just saying this to show you how the challenges we face of uniting, because this is the same Guyana that had their problem the other day and not even requested before they could even request the intervention of CARICOM, which Jamaican leader was the leader of CARICOM. Then, you know, we went in and through diplomatic lines and all of that, assisted Guyana, and their problem is now, you know, behind them, you know, and the words that he was saying, I had to, in the comment, remind him that, remember, just not so long the other day, you had a problem, and CARICOM came and, you know, well, the violent situation that you had in the border dispute region, you know, so that's the thing. We don't have long memories. And as soon as our problem vanishes, as individuals, we believe that, you know, everything is all right. I was surprised to hear that gentleman from Guyana speaking like that. I thought we had good relationship with Guyana. You know, so that's one of the things we have to look at as a people. And when I say as a people, I mean Caribbean and a whole, and in extension, Africa. You know, we have to unite and don't just think of ourselves. We were divided to think of each other less. You know, because he was putting Guyanese above all other Caribbean. islands, So that's one of the things we need to erase from our mentality, thinking of others less than we actually are, and just look at ourselves as one.
Kind of illuminates a point that a lot of the difficulty around the objective of like wanting to unite is really that we want to do it the right way, and doing it the right way is going to be hard, because you're always going to have people like the guy that you just described who put other things above the unity objective.
I share some of your sentiments as it relates to the US and how, but when I look at it, remember just the other day, as you mentioned, the Madeira issue, satellite was placed in the Caribbean from an island that Madeira had helped. Well, not Madeira, but his predecessor had helped. So, when we look at it as a community, we are to the better. What we can do is come together, because it's reaching a critical point. Where I don't want to say somebody has to stand up, but we need to unite, at least unite. As Caribbean people.
I'm gonna tell you what I think. I'm gonna tell you one of the things I think that we should look at. And believe it or not, our unity, which the brother talked about, which we have been talking about for hundreds of years. The Prime Minister of Canada said something recently at the Economic Forum. He said you're either at the table or you're on the menu. And all African countries, all countries that are headed by blacks are on the menu. And one of the reasons why we're on the menu is because there's no country in the world that is majority black that has nuclear energy. You notice I said nuclear energy, not nuclear weapon. And the other countries like North Korea, the reason why they've been pursuing nuclear energy and nuclear power is because they want to be at the table. Because once you have nuclear, the United States will not be abrasive, and they will not be as careless in coming at you. And until African countries start to think in those terms, start to pursue developing nuclear weapon and nuclear energy, we will not be in a position to talk. Even if Jamaica develop its economic independence, it doesn't matter what ideological flavor it wants to have. It will still be subject to the might of the world, the United States, unless it has something that America is afraid of, and we will never have anything that America is afraid of. So, I always say this lightly and trivially. I said, if the police in the United States start to indiscriminately walk around and shoot Chinese people, the president of China take up his phone and call the White House and say, cut that out. They would cut it out immediately. But when blacks are being killed, there's nobody in the world to call the White House and say, cut it out. There's nobody in the world that is respectable enough that can get the attention of the bully with the biggest army. There's nobody. So we can talk as much as we want to talk about the fact that our stomach is just turned when we have to bow to the United States. There are many things that we have to take into account. America doesn't have friends. America doesn't have friends. It have interests. And until you have nuclear energy, you ain't in any position to do anything. Period.
I agree with you on that, on the nuclear point. And I think African countries are, I have great disdain for the leadership of a lot of predominantly black nations inside and outside of Africa. But it's so interesting because Africa's Africa's underground is filled with everything that they need to do exactly what you're talking about, to put fear into the heart of the U.S. government or whatever, as well as to deprive them of the things that they need, because America's military wouldn't even be what it is without the raw materials that come from Africa. So if we could get like just one generation in one or two countries in Africa, we could get like one generation of good leadership, we'd be well on our way.
That's not going to happen. Because they're going to take them out in a second.
You're correct.
They're going to take them out in a minute.
Leader. You know what, a better leader more than that.
I'm
But remember, he has to have the support.
Yeah.
He has to have the support of the other leaders. And right now, I have to tread lightly because there are a lot of everybody else around him are just some little suckers.
Yep.
Yeah. So he has to be very careful with people around him to whom he may have been looking for solidarity. He can't trust them because then we sell him out. You understand?
Let us be aware. Let us be aware of something, and probably some of us on the platform don't know yet. But I'm not sure if you heard that the president of Gaddafi. I'm not sure if you are aware of what has happened to Gaddafi's son, the one who actually wanted to take up where his father left off, because he was taken out. Gaddafi was taken out.
Did they take out the son too?
Because he wanted the younger son. The father was taken out because he wanted to have one currency in Africa, backed by the gold of Libya, and that they would set up something analogous to the IMF. So that would be like a African central bank where African countries could borrow money from instead of going to IMF and be subjected to terms and conditions to their economy. So they took him out, and because Gaddafi's proposal would have worked around the petrodollar. Anybody buying oil from his country would have had to use the.
I don't think.
Yes, so they take him out, and they know what they're doing. And the son who wanted to follow in his son's footsteps. You see what happened? So
they took him out too, Lavi.
We have never.
They took out the son as well.
Yeah, man.
Sincere.
They took him out
A couple of weeks ago.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, man. They took him out. Yes. Yeah. So don't believe that. Don't believe that it is going to be easy, because they know that remember now, the reason why they were able to take out Gaddafi, is because he allowed himself to be persuaded by them to get rid of his nuclear weapons. And as soon as they got rid of it,
they get rid of him.
That's why I'm saying that, until we have nuclear weapons. South Africa had nuclear weapons, but as soon as Mandela was released, they know what happened. Everything left the country because they don't want black people to have something. They don't want black people to be in charge of it, so they took it out. So we are not. So when we sit here and we talk about the unity that is necessary, and the fact that we have to be sometimes walking on our knees when we really want to be on our feet, it is easier said than done. It is easier said than done.
It has to be said.
But it has to be, exactly, it has to be said, because there is a generation that is coming up that is more savvy in what is going on. And our hope, as Marcus Garvey said, is in Africa. Until Africa rise, black people around the world will never. And that's the bottom line. You have to have a base. Every nation that has been powerful has a base. We don't have it. The respect that they show to Africa is extended to each one of us that live in a white country. We are not seen as better than Africans, and Africans are not seen as better than us. We are the same. It doesn't matter what shade of black you are, we are the same. in their eyes.
But we can't have a base in the Caribbean now because if we try to have a base, the Trinidad, Barbados, and the Guyanese, them are people, them are one in charge, and
The base will be Africa. The base will be in
The
Africa.
base has to be Africa because Africa has the resources. The natural resource is in Africa, and it is far removed from the backyard of the United States. It is difficult, my friend, for you to have that kind of power base in the Caribbean because just as how they took out Venezuela and Maduro, they can take out anybody they want to take out. Let's be honest. But in Africa, the reason why in Africa you have a better chance, because if you have an alliance with China or Russia in Africa, which is happening right now, then you have coverage of an advanced nation in weaponry and all of that. Because look at the war in Iran. Russia is helping by giving them intelligence from the air, telling them where to find the military base of the United States and their assets. That's a great help for the Iranians. So Africa has to have that level of support outside of Africa from a world power, i.e., China, Russia. Otherwise, we have no protection. We have no protection.
would I accept help from anybody, but not the Chinese. We not like the Chinese, not that.
Well, I hear that all the time, and the question I always ask people when it comes down to the Chinese, I said, and I have that discussion with people who are outside of the country mostly, and I said to them, I noticed that in our history, we love to be enslaved and colonized by the Europeans. But as soon as somebody else comes that is not white, with anything, we look at them with skepticism. We think that they come for the worst. But then we look at the facts of it and the history of it. Which country has China invaded? Which country has China said to them, we are going to lend you money, but you have to change this and you have to change that? Which country? Which country in the world has ever been invaded by China on that basis?
Nahum, what's up?
I don't see any. So when we say, and look at the level of assistance and investment in our country that we have benefited from, when the rest of the world was lending us money at high interest rate, the Chinese lend us at low interest rate. Has the Chinese taken over our country as a result of it? No, because our debt that we owe to people, only 4% of that is owed to the Chinese. So there's a lot of propaganda running around talking about Chinese people this and Chinese people that. Chinese are there to work. They don't come and mingle with you. They stay on their base. They go back to their country. They come to work. They go back to their country. The Chinese is not our problem, bro.
And what Lavi just said, hope I'm pronouncing your name right. That's not to say that you shouldn't have your wits about you.
Exactly.
It's like you mentioned before about how America doesn't have friends; they have interests. You kind of got to operate the same way as well.
Yes. So in other words, what you're saying, brother, is that when the Chinese come to you and said, we will refurbish this harbor, these are the terms. You must look at those terms and see if it is in the best interest of your country. Nobody is forcing you to sign anything. So, I have seen the level of investment that has happened in Jamaica, courtesy of the Chinese and the services that they have done through their companies, building highways and all of that. Walk around the country and show me the similar thing that the US has done over all these years. Show me what the UK has done. Show me what the US have done. Yet still, it is the Chinese people want to piss on. But they are not doing anything that is inimical to us. We don't have a history of being abused by them. We don't have a history of them invading our country. We don't have a history of them meddling in our politics. We don't have a history of them doing anything other than being a partner. And how we treat them? We treat them as if they are the ones who are the enslaved our ancestors. And I think it's wrong. It is vulgar and it's ungrateful. We shouldn't do it.
What this person I chat named Robinson say? What are you talking about, Robinson? You got something you got something you want to say?
China has a history of imperialism in their region. They just ain't done nothing to us.
Yeah, I think
exactly. They haven't done anything to us.
Korea and Taiwan have them difference.
Yes, they have their territorial differences, yes. And if we had the same power that China have, we would have issues with our Caribbean neighbors too. Don't think we would not. That's what happened. That's
Morning,
what happened
Robinson. You had something you wanted to add to the conversation?
Yeah, I want to address something that Lavi said real quickly, which is not actually true.
Okay.
Every country has their way of how they approach certain things. China is passive aggressive, so America is more aggressive. So America do their thing boldly. China don't do it like that. What China does, they're currently doing it in Africa. For example, Zimbabwe, they go in, they lend them a whole heap of money, knowing that they cannot pay it back. Mm-hmm. When they default on the loan, China claim the land. Now, Lavi said China is not invading any country. That is not true. They are not invading any country that you know about, because China is on the next side of the world, right? Like I said before, every country has their strategy when it comes to war or how they operate. They are passive aggressive. Taiwan is current, but not saying currently, but China is trying to invade Taiwan, right? And Taiwan seek help from America to not let that happen. Back to China and Jamaica now, it's no different. China does the same thing in the Caribbean. The Panama Canal that was built by America, right? Chinese go down in Panama, I don't know if you're familiar with this, trying to state claim and take over the Panama Canal. A couple months ago, the American government said, if you try to take over if said to the Panama government, if you give the Panama Canal to China, we're coming back for it. Have you heard about that?
Yes, sir, but I will say this to you, but China was not forcing anything. That's what I'm saying, that if I come to you with a business proposal and you allow me to do certain things, then that is the way I am approaching it. I'm not saying that China is sinless and China is perfect. No. All I'm saying is that
you miss it, Labi. I said it first. They are passive aggressive.
I heard that.
They are more, someone who is passively aggressive is more dangerous than the person who is aggressive, bro.
Can I ask something, brother?
Go ahead. Would you agree with that?
Yeah, I agree with you.
Would you agree with that?
I agree with you. Yeah, man.
Okay.
Easily. But what I'm trying, I think what I should package what I'm saying by saying that you have two evils and you choose the best. The guy who is coming to negotiate with you and is not trying to take anything from you with force and is showing respect for your culture without asking to change your laws. I prefer to deal with that man, because any mistake that is made, I can always trace it back to my decision that was not forced. And let me ask you this, Robinson, because you and I are not disagreeing about China and all of that, right? There's not a lot of daylight between what we know and believe. But here is it. If Jamaica had the same power that China had and the same resources, wouldn't we be doing the same thing China is doing by going around the world trying to position ourselves geopolitically?
Let me answer your question easily, but may I go back a little bit before my answer. You said something about choosing the lesser of the evil, and I agree with you.
Yes.
The lesser of the evil is what we already have, which is America. Now, to answer your question specifically, what kind of job, what you do for work?
We don't have to get into that.
All right. Let's say, for example, you're a business owner, right?
Right.
And I'm coming to get Wagwan farmer, big up farmer. I am seeking employment from you, Lavi, right? Mm-hmm. Who set the terms?
If you are seeking employment from me, then I'm gonna set the terms.
There goes your answer to your question, bro.
Yes, but are you forced to take the terms I am offering you?
You're not forced to take the terms.
But
Okay.
I'm gonna set the terms to benefit me and my company, bro.
And that's what you should do. Everybody, if Jamaica was in the position, that's what the Jamaica should do too. We should always.
So what's the problem then?
I'm saying describing China as worse because of the deals and so on and so forth, passive aggressive and so on. European nations and the U.S. has dealt with black people all over the world in both ways, aggressive and passive aggressive. I mean, all this talk about the deals and the contracts just makes me think about the IMF and the World Bank and all that.
Exactly.
It goes back to what I said. Not to cut your ear, Warner. I'm not sure if you're finished. But it goes back to what I said before. If Lavi is the business owner and I am the employee or trying to be an employee, it doesn't matter what I think, bro. The person who have the business sets the term, bro. That is you cannot stop that.
Yes, that is true. But let us not discount the reality that when China come to the Caribbean or go to Africa, China is trying to position itself to counter the United States. Let us understand that. So we are caught in the middle of two powers, and we are trying to make the best deals we can make between the two, because they have the resources. We need the resources, right? They have, and sometimes they have the technical know-how, and we need that too. So I think, what's that?
Who has that?
Have what?
No, you said they have the resources.
I'm saying that these are the two largest economies in the world, right?
Okay.
Yes. So what I'm saying is that they have certain ability to do certain things that we're still trying to we're pursuing. So I would expect that we are in a position where yes, we can dictate terms, but we can negotiate terms as far as we can go, right? And we have to be balancing that diplomatic scale. It is not as clear cut as we might think. But I personally don't. We have had enough of the United States to know what they're up to and what their goals and objectives are. And the reason why Chinese were appealing to us is because at the time we could get cheaper money from them, and they were offering us better help than the United States was.
You know what the problem?
Robinson.
You know what the problem? Real quick, farmer. Real quick, Megaland. Real quick. You know what the problem is with us as Jamaican? Not only us as Jamaican, we as a people, we get bored very easily and want to move on to the next thing. But just hear me out for a second, real quick, before we pass it to farmer. America, we get 40% of what we need to survive in Jamaica from America. Our biggest way of income as a country, excuse me, is from remittance. Sorry, excuse me, and tourism, with tourism being number one. So if we get 60% of the tourists that come to Jamaica, Lavi, you still here? Open my ear, Mino.
I'm hearing you, brother.
Okay. 60% of the people that come to Jamaica as tourists, they come. Thank you, Shadow. 60% of the people that come to Jamaica as tourists comes from America. Or listen to me keenly. Our biggest source of income is tourism. So if you're saying to hell with America and that, let's go with China. Nobody now come at Jamaica.
Not saying that.
On vacation.
Nobody's saying that.
China.
Don't go this over, bro. Nobody's saying that.
No, all right.
You probably weren't here earlier for an earlier part of the conversation. We're talking about just what we can do to change that dynamic so that we're not that dependent on them.
Yes. And the way we do that, we're not saying we should just shut down and say we're not dealing with the United States. Yes, 50% of our economy, 50% of our revenue, tourism is what is contributing probably the most to our economy from the United States. But it doesn't mean that we are tied to that for life. The goal of the government of our Jamaica should be, how do we diversify our economy that we are not solely dependent on tourism, which is a very fickle thing in the first place, and in pursuit of economic independence. Those are the things that you're looking at. You know, so I don't expect that we're gonna always be tied to the United States. Our goal should be, how do we create a country that doesn't depend on the United States so much?
But Robinson, if you look at it, what China offers Jamaica versus what the US offers Jamaica. When I say, well, to the world, China offers technology. China offers a way to production, producing. Remittance and tourist visit is not production.
Yeah.
Right? China offers infrastructure. So we can sit and depend on tourism and remittance, and we'll be in the same position. And any day, any minute, tourism and remittance dries up. And that's it. What China offers is highways, machinery, technology, experience. You know, China offers infrastructure. So we can pretend that we don't understand what boat bring. The US give us something, teach a man how to fish versus giving a man a fish. And that's what we are seeing.
So let me ask you something then panel, right? You consider all of the conversation what we're having. May I listen up for a while, maybe I lose some of the context of it. I mean, never did I listen to your three times. But, for example, go back to China. China gave Venezuela ear protection. They gave Iran ear protection. They also gave Russia ear protection. They did not work. It is known that they did not work. I'm talking about missile protections from air defense. They didn't work. So with that being said, right, I don't know what technology you are talking about, but it kind of crazy.
All right. Let me tell you what I see work in Jamaica. I don't know much about air protection.
Yeah.
But Chinese come here and they gave us like roads. And believe me, that has helped the development of Jamaica. Leaps and bounds. When you look and there's no city in Jamaica that you can't reach in 2 hours. Before now, it was taking 5 hours from Sablamar to reach to Kingston or more. And now I can reach to Mandeville, which is more than half the journey, in less than an hour. Right? China has come, and if you look on the infrastructure, I don't know about air defense and bombs, and I am speaking about little Jamaica. And what China has given us is help aid in the development of Jamaica leaps and bounds. So I don't know what they get to other people. And let me just say this, let me just say, you mentioned Zimbabwe. And it's an indictment on the West, England and the US, to allow China to go into Zimbabwe and developing Zimbabwe. You get me? It's an indictment on them. And believe me, countries who rely solely on the West, China is taking the advantage and helping these people to stand on their feet. And that's just a fact.
Using Zimbabwe as an example is not a good example, because Zimbabwe is known for having politicians who just look about themselves and their personal tribes. That's not a good test. That's not a good test. That's not a good example.
Why are you using Zimbabwe as an example, you know?
Why I use Zimbabwe as an example? Because China is trying to inbreed the population of blacks in Zimbabwe. Just go look it up. It's there. Meaning that they go interbreed with the people them who live on the land. And the baby them, you know what will come. They are slow. That's why I tell you about passive aggressive. Them are breed with the common people them that is there. Are breed out the black people them.
You know, it is interesting, you know. It is interesting because can you imagine if the Chinese said that they didn't want to have any kind of interrelationship with black people, would be saying all the races they are?
Chinese people are not gonna be breeding black people out of existence anytime soon.
Never happens. Nobody can. Nobody can.
I know one said that. We are the most.
You know how earlier I said just keep your wits about you and deal with people. That's everything that you want to mention that China has been doing that's wrong, that's passive aggressive and so on. Keep your wits about you. You learn from the things that they've done that you disagree with. So you learn how to operate in accordance. We do that with the European nations and with America. Not really that well, but we should.
What you know is that I see a pattern that as long as people come to us and they are not Europeans, we judge them harsher than we do Europeans because we have been turned inside out by a people. They have given us their language, they have given us their religion, and they have taught us to hate ourselves. And anytime we see anybody that is closer to us than the Europeans, we look at them with critical eyes, and that's a fact.
I agree with you 100%. I agree with you.
And it's a damn shame.
We deal with each other in that same way too.
Yes.
Even as individuals, but also as nations.
Yes.
Don't want to deal with each other because we heard that they did this and they did that. We gotta get over some of this stuff.
But Labi, that thing that you're saying, I think we have less. I don't think we need to worry about that. I think and I mean no offense to anybody here, but Black Americans are more that type of thing that you're saying more than actually us. I'm not sure if you're familiar with some of the things.
No, I will agree. We can see that they are, yes. I as a matter of fact, African Americans are a different breed. It's a whole different breed, brother.
No, they are. Behind it, we are the same people, but for some reason, somebody tell them that they are not African.
Yes.
So I don't know.
And because they live in the quote unquote best country in the world, they think that although they are not seen as first class citizens in their own country, they are still better off than any other black person in anywhere in the world.
Yep. I heard some of them having a conversation the other night with two Jamaican guys. One was from England, the next one was from Jamaica, right? And you sit down and listen to the conversation that these people are having. It's nothing but hate, pure hate. And I was like, this is really crazy. They're telling black people to go back to Africa. And I'm like, where are you from?
Yep.
You know who they get that from, right?
Yep.
I have no idea.
They get it from the people that we deal with, that Jamaica deal with, that a whole bunch of black countries deal with. They get it from white people.
Really?
We still work with them.
The president of the United States says it all the time, that they should go back to their shithole country. Hello? Until Africa start to look at its resources the way that Europeans look at African resources, and do like what our little friend down there in Burkina Faso is doing by nationalizing the assets of the country, by saying that our minerals must be processed in our country so it can create jobs, so that most of our money can stay in our country. Until all African countries are doing that and use that resources to build a basis of the nuclear energy and nuclear weapon, we will be floundering in the wilderness of hopelessness and wishing and hoping we were different.
I'm telling you, just one generation of good leadership for African countries will turn things around. Like even after one generation of good leadership, even if some terrible leaders come after that, they won't be able to stop the tidal wave that's coming.
Yes, you're right. And you know what the hope, you know where I see the hope is that the African continent is the youngest continent right now. Population of and that is that's a future market that African must realize that they have, and they should use it to their advantage.
I'm gonna say something now. I'm not the badness is where run the world. So just anytime somebody find out somebody is getting done, you already know what's gonna happen. So
Say that again, Robinson.
I said badness is what run the world. So as soon as somebody find out say they might get too bad, then they're gonna be there. That's all. I'm not, don't get me wrong, I'm not saying it is right or wrong.
I understand.
I'm just telling you that a badness run the thing. That's what I will like.
That's the part where we need to just keep our mouths shut and do the things that we need to do.
Here we go.
Yeah.
But Levy, this is something earlier when we want to keep back on. No country is truly independent. Jamaica not relying on any country. That is not possible, bro. At all. It won't be possible. We don't produce enough stuff. There's more Jamaicans outside of America. Outside of Jamaica than there is Jamaicans inside of Jamaica. So with that being said, our population is greater on the outside of Jamaica, bro. So us being dependent and us being dependent on ourselves, I don't think that is possible. Every country has to depend on some country for something.
Well, we were talking about trying to like just form more unity with each other so that we could be dependent on each other and not eventually have to be so dependent on America. So we're not really talking about isolationism. We're not talking about just Jamaica by itself, doing something, whatever.
Independent doesn't mean that you don't rely on other countries. It doesn't mean you don't rely on other countries. It just means that you're in a position where you can do most of the basic, if not most of the basic things for yourself. Like China is a big economy, but it depends on other countries too. So when we say independent, it's a relative term. It's not an absolute term, because to say if independence is defined by the fact that you don't need anybody else, then what you're really describing is isolation. And no country can develop. No country can develop in isolation. So it's relative. But the answer, my friend, is on the African continent. Whether you believe it or not, until that continent is able to pull itself up by its bootstraps, tap into its own ingenuity and creativity, and stop looking to other places to find the standard by which we should judge ourselves, but set our goals, work toward them silently. Don't broadcast it. Take your time. Go underground. That's what the reason why Iran can defend itself is because it has spent all these years, despite the embargoes and despite the sanctions, they have used that time to go underground, literally creating a system of leadership in the first place that is not centralized. This is not by accident. They watched what happened in Iraq, and when they saw that when Saddam Hussein was taken out, everything collapsed, they went ahead and they changed their leadership. I can't remember the term that they used, but for every province has its own military command, military intelligence, military weapons, everything. And once a war starts and they are given an order, they are not supposed to stop fighting until they get an order to say stop. That's why you see what is going on in Iran is going on. They have developed.
That's interesting.
And what you're seeing there too is America is trying to make Iran a shithole country. Because that's what America does.
Yes.
You know what the crazy part to me is? This is what's crazy to me. It's people out here defending Iran. That is crazy. Especially when I hear females defending that country, that is very crazy to me. I don't understand. I don't know if people don't know the history of the country. It just seems crazy. People out here defending it. Crazy to me. That is very weird.
Well, we are not defending it here. Using it as an example, we are not doing that. We're just saying.
You cannot use it as an example because
no. What I mean is, I'm using it as an example of a country that look and see what happened to its neighbor and decided to make sure that they build up a resilience. This is not a degree. I'm not endorsing their system, sir. I'm just saying that the approach, please. Let us not get. I know that this Iran thing is emotive. It is the approach. They observe what was out there. They saw where they were vulnerable. They went and they did what they do. I am not here to support or not support whoever is in their war. That's not it.
Well, Robinson, to be honest with you, I support any country. I support sovereignty. That's one. And I support self-determination. I support country protecting their assets. And, I think Iran fall in that category. So, basically, I support Iran.
Well,
if I have oil, I must, unlike Venezuela, who another country is selling Venezuela's oil, and Iraq, another country is selling Iraqi oil, and all of that. I think Venezuela, Iran should sell their oil. I think Iran should determine what's best for Iran. And the people of Iran should live in peace, defend themselves.
Like y'all
I want for Jamaica, I want it for Iran.
Like y'all heard me up here say that I largely don't really like black leadership in predominantly black nations all over the world, inside Africa, outside of Africa. That doesn't mean I want America to go bombing those countries.
So one can support when one can support. That's our free will.
Mm-hmm.
But like I said before, I will not support a country, right, that grew up and I put big B and kids. I will not. That is up to.
That do what? Say that again for me, Robinson. I didn't hear you.
I will not support a country. Let me give up. Let me put more in it. I will not support a country that puts the big B and kids and have them decimated in a pub. I will not support a country that females have to go get permission from their husband just to work. I will not support that country. So I am not sure if people know what they're supporting or I don't know.
But do you think America is bombing them because of that? Because all that stuff you're
Exactly.
talking about goes down
That's what I was gonna say.
South Korea.
That's not the cause of their demise right now.
That is not the reason why they're getting bombed. The reason why they're getting bombed is because they should not have a nuclear weapon. Why?
No, that's not the reason.
So, all right, Robinson.
Why are they getting bombed then?
If they had a nuclear weapon, they wouldn't be getting bombed.
No, Robinson.
The United States says that they bombed their nuclear facility to
Since
pieces
June.
just recently.
Exactly, and there wasn't any left.
Completely obliterated was the
Obliterated. Mm-hmm.
Let me explain it. The reason why they said Iran can have it for resource, what I'm talking resources, like when you have gun test, so you could, like Jamaica have a nuclear thing, but it's for educational purposes. But when it reaches the stage where you're going to develop it, that is a no-no. Iran was told. Why? Well, Iran was told years ago. Now, all of a sudden, there's intel that said Iran actually starting process to make the weapon. America said, no, that was not the deal that we had with Iran.
can't be trusted because of credit history. But
Has nothing to do with history. It has nothing to do with none of that, brother. Israel has been wanting to bomb Iran for like 30 years because they want that land.
But let that alone. We're not reach a thing.
That's what it is.
Why?
That's
Why?
the reason why they're there.
Let me explain that.
That's what started.
Let me explain that.
Israel has
Let me just say something to you.
Can I land?
Right, there are two stripes. There are two blue stripes. Hold on there. There are two blue stripes on the Israeli flag. It represents the two rivers from the Euphrates to something, and Iran standing that way. And that's the bottom line of it.
Yeah. They have a plan. They have a
Iran
plan
is the
for what they
only
call.
country can challenge.
They have a plan for what they call Greater Israel.
Exactly.
And it includes taking all of the Middle East and
All the
making it
Middle
Israel.
East. From the Euphrates to what the next river name?
Tigris?
Tigris and Euphrates.
No man, not Tigris. From the Euphrates to something to the other river. And Iran is the only country between those two rivers that can stand up. So Israel make a pledge to take out Iran. And remember, US didn't start it. It's Israel started it, and US got bound for go defend it.
Two things can be right at the same time. We all know that.
Mm-hmm.
Do you agree that two things can be
Yeah,
right
two things can be right at the same time.
Sure.
Okay.
Yeah, but depends.
So finish up the conversation what I was saying before, right? They said you're not supposed to develop any weapon. America sent to Iran as we're gonna send somebody to come investigate to make sure you're not developing any weapon. Iran said no.
I just can't roll with that kind of I can't roll with that kind of thinking. The only country in the world drop nukes and kill a whole bunch of innocent people is America. So what business do they have telling anybody else that they can't have?
Touche. Mm-hmm.
Exactly.
Mm-hmm.
And the next thing, Robinson, does Israel have?
What gives them that right?
While I agree with him, right? No. Is there any great influx of people going to Iran?
I have no interest in going anywhere in the Middle East.
No, it's just a simple question. Yes or no.
Is there
I
what?
don't know. I don't live down there.
Is there any great influx of people going to Iran?
Oh, I don't know. But I have no interest in the Middle East.
Exactly, Marcia.
The answer is no. Is there any great influx of people going to America? Or Canada?
I mean,
You tell us.
You don't know the answer.
No, you said great influx. Great influx is a relative term. What do you mean by great influx?
You know, it sounds to me like you're saying that Iran is the more aggressive example, and America and Canada are the more passive aggressive examples. But earlier you said passive aggressive was worse than aggressive.
No. That's a separate argument. The answer to the question is no. There is no great influx of people going to these countries. So why is it that there is no great influx of people going to the country that?
Why is there a great influx going into
But
America?
regardless of all that, what give America the right to tell other people?
Let me finish. You can't just push it out, so I'm not finished. These countries that you all are, everybody seems to be loving. There is no great influx.
Said they love Iran.
That's the way.
You're taking
But
things
Iranians
too
choose
far.
the way they want to live. They're not coming over here troubling us. They choose the way they want to live. They and their people. Why can't we leave them to decide what they do?
You always notice that
It's their
America is
country.
always up in somebody else's house getting into fights
Exactly.
talking about they started it.
If you want, listen, here's the bottom line. If you want to be the police of the world, at least you must lead by example by adhering to international laws. And if you don't, then you are not legitimate. And I don't have to follow you. No, you're here trying to, you're trying to explain why America going to Iran. America can't even make up its own mind. The president come out and he said one thing. The Secretary of State said one thing. Every day they change the reason why they go. But yet still, you are so sure of why they are going there. Why?
They just got done helping Israel to wipe out the Palestinians.
Trump doesn't
but you're on their side.
know Marco Rubio doesn't know. Hegseth doesn't know. But you speak with such confidence and authority as to why they go down there. And that, my friend, is the problem with the West. We have been propagandized for so long. We have believed propaganda. We are so afraid of having an independent thought about anything. Listen, I am not cheering for Iran. I am not cheering for Venezuela. I'm not cheering for the United States. I'm not doing that. All I'm saying, we live in a world, we believe in democracy, we believe in sovereignty. If the Muslim side of the world decide that this is how they want to live, that's how they have chosen to live. They're not coming over. We are the ones who have gone over there meddling with them. That's why they have come over here and have terrorist attack and all those things. Why don't we leave them? Why are we detesting the same culture we are detesting so much over there? It's exactly the same
culture when I Bible
in the Old Testament.
I see him culture.
Bible, which we all
Exactly.
want to say it is the word of God.
Exactly.
It was that this God is telling his people that you can kill people, you can kill the boys, kill the men, keep the virgin for yourself.
For yourself,
That's
exactly.
against the wall. You can kidnap them and rape them for the rest of their life. And now, when the same Bible is playing out itself in the Middle East,
they got a problem with it.
Like, oh, these people are so bad. So what? Are you telling me that the God of the Old Testament is immoral? The laws in Iran regarding women is better than the laws in the Old Testament, and I'm not defending either.
Same so.
Mm-hmm.
And this thing about women in Iran don't work. That's a lie. That's a low dog. That's just lie. Women in Iran, they are university lecturers. They work in factories. They have careers. All of that. What we are seeing and what we are hearing is two different
Big young
things.
stuff. And they say girls over there don't go to school, but the school was bombed. It was 178 girls.
Lie.
Exactly. You get what I say? When somebody say,
and who killed them? And who dropped the bomb on the school? Who dropped the bomb on the school?
The most moral of them all.
The world police.
Mm-hmm.
With
the most moral of them all.
It's that same logic of, like, in America, when you have some crazy person that goes up into an elementary school with a gun, for you to think that, you know what, the answer to that is just drop a bomb on the whole school. What sense does that make?
No, all right. This is something where we have a disagreement, right? But I would say to people, read The Art of War, and it will explain thinking of a lot of things. No, opinion. This is just my personal opinion. It has nothing to do with anybody else. You're gonna start a war with any country, right? If you're not gonna fight them completely because there's gonna be generations upon generations that is gonna look at you as the enemy. So the war is never gonna end. That's just my opinion.
Brush them teeth hard.
Oh, scrub them teeth. Like them I use one wire brush. Black Sea, good morning, how you doing? Well, it's afternoon now. You be talking about, every day I talk about good morning. When it's well into the afternoon. Barry said, what is the solution? Barry, the solution can't be had in just a fleeting moment. We need time, we need strategy, we need so much to accomplish anything here, because, you know, in the Bible they say David went up against Goliath and was successful. I don't think we're going to be able to play out that kind of allegory here. Marcia said, in medieval days, if the king starts a war, it must be him and his sons that leads the army to the war. You know, I wish that would be the case, Marcia. I wish that would be the case, but we know that is not what is going to happen. It's our sons and daughters and wives and husbands and children who are over there, you know.
what I think is eventually going to happen is like, if y'all remember the old kung fu movies that we used to watch when we were kids, the bad guy usually was so bad that it took more than one good guy
to get him out.
I think it's going to be a bunch of countries that, because the American military is like not only larger than any other country's military in the world, it's pretty much like larger than almost all the militaries in the world. Like they've put a ridiculous amount of money and manufacturing and all that into their military because that's what they're all about, war. Like the stuff that he was talking about, and stuff that people talk about in general about places like Iran and whatnot.
Imagine that,
all that stuff. You can find all that stuff in Saudi Arabia, which is America's ally. America been giving them a bunch of bombs for them to wipe out people in Yemen for years.
For years.
And then when someone like Iran step in and sympathize with their fellow men in Yemen, you hear that they are terrorists and they are supporting terrorists, which is what I just can't understand.
Yeah, they were calling Yemen terrorists on the news because they were trying to stop what Israel was doing to the Palestinians. And
exactly.
if you know about world law, if there's something like that, like I'm trying not to use the word because I know that TikTok is sensitive to the words or whatever, but the thing that Israel was doing to the Palestinians in international law, countries are actually obligated to try to stop that from happening. That's what they got out of what happened to the Jewish people. You're supposed to try to stop it.
And I wanted to ask Robinson, when he said he can't see why people would support Iran, I would say why the US support Israel. Like why? A country will occupy about 6 other countries, the Golan Heights, Lebanon, the Gaza Strip, West Bank. Why would you do that? You almost have 100.
Easy answer. Easy answer. But I'll answer to that question. Are we hypocrites?
I think we are, yeah.
Okay, here's the answer.
Well, exactly. Because I don't see why. Because everything that country does is immoral. Right? Everything that country is based on a lie.
I've got people, leave them alone.
Just that alone. Just that alone.
Okay?
Don't
God people are always gonna destroy everybody else because they have a right to do it.
And the thing about it is that they are in Muslim land, and everybody who is against Muslims are supporting them. But guess what? They are against Christians also, because they burn down churches. Right? The same thing that they are doing in the Muslim land, they are doing it to Christians. Don't think Syria don't have any Christians. Don't think Lebanon don't have any Christians.
That's the problem. That is the problem right here when you talk about Muslim land. You see, all of these wars stem from religion, so
Buddy, I lotion up them skin now. Hard.
And I brush their teeth and I lotion. Love you, are you heading out?
Leave me alone.
I say earboard ears them clean.
What? When we can get one of them mic, let's buy.
He hear everything. He hear everything. Barry, what's up? You coming up?
Oh, God.
Hey, Barry, you got something to add to the conversation? We are on the last leg of the conversation, Barry. You want to add something? Patrick Duncan, what's up? What Patrick said, the question should be, why does only some countries, or why only some countries should have boom boom and not others? Well, You heard it here. They were saying, you know.
Because they credit history. That is why you can get a $10 million loan and me can't.
Nah, that ain't what it is.
And that's who you're friends with.
Nah, it's just about power.
Yes, power. Who
That's
you're
all.
friends with. Yep.
Because
Because I don't think anybody at all should be allowed to have. Why are you gonna have some weapon like that? That all it does is causes this
It's
kind
like
of
in America,
destruction.
it used to be illegal for black people to own guns. It's just about power. It's not about the credit of the people.
Mm-hmm.
It's just power.
like I said before, Putin can be right. So
all countries, if we're gonna stop war in this world, all countries should have nuclear weapon. And you see, everybody would say no war.
Levy,
I know it won't. I know it won't. I'm just talking, but I'm just saying that
It's equality. Either all should have it or none should.
Or none should have it. That's what I say.
No. That will never happen again. One time.
Because some people are considered more powerful than others.
No, but look at this woman. One time, there was 4 people on the planet. It's at the start in a creation. And one person killed 25% of the world population. You get that?
What?
Alright, let's go again. There was 4 people.
Scenario.
There was 4 people on the planet. So the population, the world population was 4.
Oh boy.
One man killed 25% of the world's population. From the start.
Are you stating that as a fact, sir?
Please listen up. Alright.
I'm just asking.
No,
Are you just using it as a story base? That's all I'm asking.
No, good question. Good question.
Okay.
Great question. I am not a religious person. I believe I just believe in love. But with that being said, for people who is religious, this is a fact. That answer your question?
No, for people who are religious, not a fact. It's a belief. Thank you.
Okay. Well. You can't tell them that. Them are tell us they
No, man. No Christians who are sensible don't speak in those terms. Because they see their Christianity as a faith. They don't see it as a facts.
Levy, the Bible is a fact. You cannot tell anything that the Bible is not a fact, bro.
I just did.
Anyway, you are never going to get.
You really believe that a donkey opened his mouth and started talking to Balaam?
Listen up, bro.
Big shipment, he gonna learn soon. You don't have to tell him. He gonna learn soon.
I already said I'm not religious, bro. If you are, maybe I already know this, bro. I don't subscribe to no religion. I'm a free man. Now, with that being said, let me just finish this word real quick.
Yeah, man.
Christians believe that this story what me I tell you, bro. There was 4 people on it, and they believe it as a fact, not as a story. They think it's a fact. No disrespect to any Christian. No, let's continue, right? 4 people on the planet, 1 person killed 25% of the world population. War will never stop, bro. Never. It's not possible.
I don't see how that ties into every country having a nuclear bomb.
The war will never stop.
No, listen. The reason why America is not attack North Korea is simply because they have a nuclear weapon now. That's what I'm saying to you, that when you have nuclear energy, when you have nuclear weapon in this world, you are at the table. Until you have that, you are part of the menu.
Here's the term: mutually assured destruction. That's what they're afraid of.
That's what they're afraid of. So no. Do I believe that every country, every literal country can have nuclear weapon? No, I'm just generalizing. I'm just saying that because if you have
read the art of war, that is not how war works.
You seen this though. We've seen that
But we're
countries
seeing
having
it, bro.
nuclear weapons are a deterrent.
It's like somebody tell me
to the
something
United
about the
States
Bible and I've
attacking
seen
them.
something in reality and they say, no, the Bible says, come on.
They don't attack nations with nuclear weapons. We've seen it.
Country invading another country is not done the way I want to think it's done, bro. It's done. What is there for the country that is invaded the next country to get? Resources is not there. 9 out of 10 is not going to be done, bro. And I'm not
So
talking about...
if resources there, how does that country protect itself from being taken over? Tell me.
That's a separate argument, bro. But that's what
I'm saying. That for countries who have something to defend must have nuclear weapon. Period.
Just like every human being has an immune system inside of them to fight off viruses, every country should have their own immune system as well. Or no countries should have it.
Like I said, I don't disagree. But what I'm saying to you is war does not work like that, bro. What we like, our war works are 2 different things, bro.
Show me evidence. Regardless of what the book of war say or whatever, show me the evidence today in this reality where any country that has nuclear weapon is being attacked randomly by anybody else.
So again, countries that invade other countries does not invade them without resources, bro. Because it takes money to invade a country. So us invading a country that we can't get nothing from it, it's pointless, bro.
What I'm talking about countries. Let us talk about countries that have something that another country wants. Show me where it is happening right now.
Give me one. And the resources where they have.
Is Russia attacking Ukraine because they have a nuclear weapon?
No, that's not the reason why they are getting attacked.
Why are they attacking Ukraine?
They are getting attacked because NATO. That's a NATO cooperation.
I understand that.
Yeah.
But can I ask you a follow-up question? If Ukraine had nuclear,
before you ask the question, let me answer. Ukraine had nuclear weapons. Yes, they did, but they still got invaded by a next country that had nuclear. So that just rubbish the entire argument.
Ukraine has nuclear weapon right now?
Yes, they do. And they were invaded by a next country that has nuclear weapons. I'm just saying, for example, a country that has resources more likely will get invaded by a powerful country because it takes money to.
Yeah, I'm saying that Ukraine does not have nuclear weapons.
You can say whatever you want, bro. Or you can say whatever.
Brother, Robinson, I'm not doubting what you're saying. I'm just asking you. Could you direct me to the source that I could find that for myself, please? Just for my future discussion.
Right. Let me give you this. Right? What's been helping Russia in the war?
That's not the question I'm asking, brother.
Listen, bro. I can't answer your question easily. Who has been helping Russia with the war against Ukraine?
NATO.
No, that's not true, bro. NATO can't help Russia.
Well, the countries from NATO is not helping Russia. Not Russia. Sorry. I heard the question wrong. Sorry.
But Russia.
I heard the question wrong.
What's been helping Russia in this war?
I am not sure, but I would imagine that their friends like Iran and China probably help them. I don't know.
Thank you. Where you can get that information from?
No, you notice what I said? I said there might be. I'm not sure. You're stating it as a fact. I'm just saying I don't know.
All right. To answer your question, though, let me tell you again. If you read the Art of War, it explains a lot of this, bro.
Ukraine gave up its nuclear weapons back in the 90s.
You can't say whatever you want to say. So,
okay.
But anyway, moving. Listen, bro. We lose my train of thought. Shit. You're going to throw me off.
It was on its way a while ago, but it was on its way a while ago. Yeah. So Why everybody just get so quiet? What happened?
I was waiting for him. He was trying to collect his thoughts.
I lost my train of thought.
Let's see if you can get it back. If I just start to say what we were talking about. I was making the point that countries that are known to have nuclear weapons, I don't see anybody invading them, and then you say Ukraine has nuclear weapons. Now, based on what I recollect, it is something that they used to have, and I don't know if they still have it, right? So I'm asking you if you can point me to us. I'm not trying to call you out or anything. Because I like when I talk in forums like this, and when I go on a live, I don't want to be talking things that I don't know.
All right, that's
what I'm asking.
I get it. Thank you. Now, you remember when the war just started, like within the second day of war, there was a news article that came out that America is depleted when it comes to the missiles. Anyone heard that?
I don't recall.
Well, that was made.
Oh, you mean Iran? You mean the Iran war? You mean?
In the Iran war, there was a news article that came out saying that America is running low on missiles. This was the
yes. I heard it. Yes.
Perfect. Do you believe that?
I didn't believe it because I am aware that could I just premise my response by saying this? The first casualty of war, they say, is truth. So whenever I hear things like that, because I don't think that the army is going to be so reckless for the public to know what their ammunition look like and all that. So when I hear those, that in and of itself is a part of the war, because the war is not just the missile, it's not just the bomb. The war is propaganda. Yes, it's propaganda. Because if like Iran is now saying that Netanyahu is dead, it's a part of the war, you know.
Levy, you just answered the question, bro. The numbers.
Which question?
To the question where you were talking about Ukraine and the
okay.
All of that, bro. Listen, bro. Let me tell you something. Again, you keep pointing to this book because everything we are reading about in it right now, even though this book was written years ago, bro. You see the heart of deception, bro.
Can I heard of it?
So with that being said, bro, they said that American military is 10,000 people strong, right? You follow?
I'm listening.
If they say it is 10,000 people strong, bro, that is not true.
Right.
It might be 10 times 5 more thousand, bro, or 10 times 20 more thousand, bro. You, public, is never gonna get that straight, bro.
True. It's a guess.
Thank you, bro. And the reason why they do that, bro, go back to the same book, bro. Bro, somebody said the book was written 2,000 years ago. That is irrelevant, bro. War not just start. Everything what we are talking about now, bro. In the book, I'm not after, bro. Explain all of this. It's simple.
So Iraq gave up its nuclear program. U.S. invaded them. Libya gave up its nuclear weapons, and then the U.S. invaded them. Like bullies like soft targets, yo. I saw this growing up.
All those countries, again.
I saw it growing up. Bullies like soft targets.
I agree. All those countries have resources. That's all I'm gonna say.
Okay.
US will never invade Russia. Never.
You never invade who?
I'm saying they'll never invade Russia.
Oh. Labby pulled that cup up all the way to the top.
Hey, leave me alone, man.
All the way up. I didn't even run over. It didn't even run over.
We love to fill things. We love to fill things up, you know.
This is how Jamaicans function. We gotta fill it all the way up. All the way.
But you know, listen, when it comes down to these things, we are just spectators, you know, because as you rightfully said, we are never exposed to the fullness of anything. And even years after something happened, we still are not in a position to say this is what happened. We can only repeat what we hear, repeat what we see, and come to a conclusion based on our own experiences. Like Robinson has read the book Art of War, and as a result of that, he's able to anchor the things. When you look at the world, he can anchor the things in it, right? Somebody else probably haven't read that book yet. They anchor themselves into something else. So it's just we are never sure which part of the elephant we're holding on to, you know, because it's big. So and when we speak to each, we have to be cognizant of that, because nobody knows everything. There is nothing we can be assured of 100% in our life, even the things about our own self. We are never ever 100% sure.
True.
So we should walk as one. I think I don't know if it was a president of the United States. So you should have a walk with have a big stick, but walk lightly. You know, just always be aware of the fact that you might not have all the facts that is available.
There we go.
But we use what we have in the most logical way we can, in the most reasonable way we can.
Beautiful. You see that? You see how Lavi is always good at the wrap up, even when we're not ready to wrap up. Lavi is always even when we're not ready to wrap up.
I want to get them out of my house. Them have everything over here.
Even when we're not ready, Lavi always gets us to that place. People, if you see how I'm so happy sitting here and listening to y'all and learning. You know, see how my finger them move on me right. But and as much as I love to stay here and chat with y'all some more, don't forget I got off work this morning and I have not yet slept. And I'm going to sleep now and then go back to work and then come back tomorrow morning and do this all over again. Maybe tomorrow morning we'll actually get to reading the book of Nahum. Because that was the plan today. but we never got to it.
No, probably we should all get a copy of the Art of War and read it, and then we discuss it.
I read it and then talk about it. But Lavi, you know, I had wanted to talk to you about the Haggai thing. I think I missed you that day when I read the Haggai thing. The book of Haggai?
Yes.
Where God had told Haggai to go ask the priests if a man is holy and he's wearing holy clothes and the holy clothes touches the bread and the wine, if that makes the bread and the wine holy. And the pastor said yes. The pastor said no, it doesn't make them holy. He go back to God. God said to him, go and ask him if the person is unclean because they have touched a dead man and then they touch the wine and the bread and whatever, if that makes it unclean. And he said yes. Marinate on that.
It was God who was telling the person to go and ask the priest.
Yeah. That's what Haggai said. Was God who told him to go ask the priest.
It sounds like God is a human being.
Listen. I said 2 o'clock I'm going to sleep, so I'm going to sleep. I'm going to bring that up several more times because it is baffling to me that if the gown of the holy man touches the food, it does not transform the food. But if the hand touches the person that is considered unclean, if theirs touch the food, then it is considered unclean. Even though it's the same scenario, I don't know. But anyway, beautiful people. Ridak, I appreciate you, and Robinson and Farmer, Airborne, Gills, and Lavi, as always. I sincerely appreciate you all.
Respect.
And those of you in the chat, I appreciate you all. I thank you all so much. Those of you over there on the tube, thank you all so much as well for having popped in. I appreciate y'all. I will see you. Push out. Bless up yourself. I will see you all again sometime tomorrow. All right? Until then, guys.
Thanks for hosting.
Yeah, Yeah, man.
You're welcome, my
Thanks
love.
for hosting.
Until next time. Until next time, this is Trev from Trevessence. See you all later. All right. Where's that? Me not see your comments. What your comments say push out?